Hi everybody, my name's Elle and welcome back to the Order of Narvosc. This is the very first session of Act 2. This is session 27. Welcome to Limbo. We hope you enjoy. The flickering light of a magical flame dances on the walls of the bookshelves in a quaint office. You all are standing in front of a desk as an older woman tells you the tale of 3 brave masks. The masks that solidified her decision in creating the Curse Breakers. Seapair was able to speak with Bat from the mission 122 years ago. Bat and her party were sent out under the orders of Crow to bring normalcy back into Shadowfen. Party managed to get to Ground Zero, but no one made it out alive, and Narvosc was nowhere to be found. The research facility was Ashen Ward in the southeast, and there was this huge rip, almost a rip in reality, that was connecting our plane to another one. And whatever is in that plane wants to devour the souls of everything. And as she tells you this tale, you can see the wrinkles that this woman has gained over the years, the trauma, the stories, the heartbreak. And you get the sense that Seapair has lost so many friends to this. And as she finishes her tale, she ruffles her feathers. Our job as Curse Breakers is to destroy the link that the creature has made to our plane. When I arrived at the scene in Ashen Ward, the place was completely eradicated by a magic I don't understand. I did not find any rips as described by Bat, but I can only assume another rip has opened in the area. Considering things have been de-escalating, I shouldn't say de-escalating. Escalating is probably the better word for this since the last few years, and things have just been darker and darker, and I think that the rip has reopened. We've had our hands full with Cinder, so we haven't been able to do anything directly about this. We haven't had a chance to explore further that way since 122 years ago. And I believe that Cinder has made some kind of deal with this creature, and I believe he is purchasing his power with souls. But that is how the Curse Breakers began. We've made a little home for ourselves here in Limbo, and we're just doing everything we can to get back to normalcy.
So what happened in Sydonea then? Is that just a piece of your larger plan?
You mean taking out the crystals?
Was that your ultimate goal?
That was the ultimate goal for now. Weaken Cinder, weaken his power. Release the souls that he's been collecting and feeding to it.
What comes next?
Well, we might have some reprieve from Cinder for at least a little while after that one, so the plan is to gather intel, figure out what we can about Cinder, be able to take him down, figure out what is going on at Ground Zero, get us out of whatever curse has been placed on us, get us out of this hell. And as you all look around, Beltov and Karis look unfazed like they've heard this story a million times. They know what their mission is. They know what they are doing here. Calandra looks shocked after hearing that kind of story. And Antier's just got his head down, looking at his shoes, kind of doing the you can tell like he's wiggling his toes, just trying to make sure that the ground is underneath him.
Would Velphie kind of notice that?
With being as close as you are to Antier, I'd say yes. You definitely notice that.
Okay, so noticing his demeanor, Velphie she'll step closer to him and squeeze his hand a little tighter as like a reassurance that he's not as bad as he thinks he is.
And he gives you a squeeze back, and you can see those ruby red eyes just glance over, and he gives like this little half smile. Since you are shorter than him, he is still kind of looking down a bit. But you can tell it just doesn't quite reach the corner of his eyes. And you get the sense this is going to take some time.
Is there anyone in your organization that is still in Sydonea, and have you heard from them?
I hear from Seraphina quite often.
Have you heard from her since the event?
No.
Was Seraphina supposed to come here afterwards?
Seraphina enjoys being in the middle of chaos. She didn't want to come here.
But she's an ally.
Seraphina has always been an ally.
Are there any other allies back in the city? And do you plan to bring them here?
All the other allies we had in the city are gone.
The others that were with Bat, what happened to them?
The rest of her party was... Her body was next to a orc. I don't know his name. And I found Canary upstairs. And it looked like she had been cut down.
Like someone else was there?
I wasn't there to get all the details. It could have been a monster got in. It could have been another person. I know for a fact Cinder was in Sydonea. Bro told me to leave as he was making a move for the high table and to find Bat, and I got there too late.
So the order that exists now, that we were, I'm assuming now previously a part of, is really a false order, sort of operating under the original name, but with a completely different intent. Is that right?
Yes. Cinder made a play for power, and everything that the Order stood for at that moment crashed.
Did others in the Order, did other masks get out with you?
It was just me. I didn't really trust anyone else after that.
So the other sided with Cinder.
As far as I know. They kept working underneath him. But when I left to go find Bat, I was gone a little longer than intended.
How do you mean? Like,
Well, time works differently in different parts of Shadowfen now. At least, that's how Bat made it sound, but when I got back, everybody that I was friends with was a lot older than I was. I shouldn't necessarily say a lot, depending on, elves don't really age. ASMR don't age quite as quickly. But it was at least 2 to 3 years before I got back.
How long was it for you?
A month.
during our travels, we've come across these pockets, rips that seem to transport us to other realms. One of them is very dark, gray, and we noticed that time in our realm seemed to stop while we were in there.
I don't know too much about realm shifting or whatever this is, but we have experienced shifts. They happen here as well. And we can't quite keep track of time. We copied the design, or our artificer copied the design of the clock that is in the old headquarters. And we have it set to a specific time. We never changed that clock. So we're able to get an idea of what time it is here, at least.
So, you destroyed the primary crystal, and that means that all others, the ones we once had as Order members, are done. They're not usable anymore. The crystal system is down. Is that right?
That is the hope.
If this cipher was Cinder, sorry, I'm old.
Who is Cypher? Is this another person we need to keep a contact with? Or, okay, Cinder, yes.
I'm old and I'm not good with names. This Cinder, if he indeed made a deal with something, like you believe, and he no longer has the ability to capture and or control souls, is that going to anger whatever he made a deal with.
Most likely.
Do you think everyone will suffer collateral damage for that?
It is possible. But if we anger it, then it gives us a chance to fight back because we know where to strike.
And you believe it's at the location you visited years ago?
I believe so. I have... What's the best way to put this? I have traveled out there very few times since. I don't get the opportunity to very often, but this rot is making its way further and further and further from Ground Zero, and it's getting closer to Es Aurora. So we don't think we have much time left.
So who's the next target? Is it Cinder or the Rot?
Both, as our hope. We're going to be splitting our forces further, pushing ourselves harder.
And if there is a tear, how do we fix it? Where the last party... Did they fix it?
It was calmer for a little while, but ultimately I think they failed.
Then how do we not fail?
That is where we need to put our brains together and figure out a solution to get us out of here. We know it doesn't like light, but that's about all we have.
Well, we can't go back to Sydonea now. And it's not safe outside of any group of people. So what do we need to do to stay here? How do we contribute?
She looks at each of you and just kind of takes in a deep breath and just kind of blows it out. I think you all look tired. Why don't we talk about that in the morning? And I can give you a rundown of what Limbo stands for, how you can earn your keep, because you will need to earn your keep if you decide to stay here. Everybody here works together towards a common goal, and we hope that you can help us with that. But we can go over logistics and strategies and things like that tomorrow, once you all have rested.
Okay. I mean no offense by my next question. Is it our choice to stay here?
It is your choice to stay here, but if you decide you do not want to, we will wipe your memory of everything in this place.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
Yes, so you, of course, do not have to stay with us. You do not have to fight with us, but we cannot let you go with that information, so we would need to wipe it. Defense protocol, I hope you understand.
I do.
Do any of you have any other questions before you take off for this evening and grab some rest? Which it seems like you all need it. Especially with everything you all have been through for the past couple days.
Are there plans for the refugees of Sydonea?
If they desire refuge and are interested in helping us with Sydonea, then yes. Otherwise, we cannot trust them here.
How would they find you?
I guess we find them.
Are there any actions to try to assist?
She kind of looks around. And you can tell there's a couple ruffle of feathers as she thinks and ponders on that question. With everything in disarray right now, we couldn't tell if they were truly to be trusted. Beltov was allowed to tell those that he thought trustful or trustworthy, and then they could bring in those who they thought would also fit the cause. But right now we do not have the resources to send a full rescue mission into Sydonea.
Well, I'm ready for that rest you mentioned. You should just point me in the direction of our accommodations.
She looks over at Beltov, who is very much standing soldier-esque, listening to what Sipir has to say. Beltov, will you show everyone where their rooms are? And then she turns to Antir, except for you. You are welcome here, thanks to Beltov's recommendation. But you are still an assassin of my people. You will not have free reign, and you must be under constant surveillance until you have proven your worth here. Your bunk will be in the holding cell. You will follow me and Karis.
Velphie is going to step in front of Antir. I don't understand. He passed your interrogation. You got the truth from him. What more could you possibly want?
She looks at him again. This was part of your bargain. And you know that. He nods. As this was a part of the deal.
She'll turn to Antir. I'm scared that if I'm not with you, I'm going to lose you again.
He takes his hands and gently caresses your cheeks. I'll be fine. I understand, you know, like I've killed a lot of theirs. And this is how I prove myself going forward, that I can be the type of person you need, that I can be worthy enough to help people. I'm not going anywhere. Not without you, at least.
Did once.
What?
You died.
You see, like, his, like, gentle little smile kind of turns flat. And you can see fear kind of poke through And then very quickly a smile comes back. Well, I came back for you, didn't I?
You did. She'll give him like the tightest hug.
And he squeezes back just as hard and gives you like a little kiss on top of your head as you squeeze him.
And she'll pull away, still holding his hand though. And she'll look to Karis. Just waiting.
Beltov will start walking out. He'll give Dahlia's hand a quick squeeze as he goes to Seapear's door and opens it. And gestures for you all to leave.
Is Velphie staying with Antir?
Can I go with him to the cell just to see?
You are more than welcome to see what the cells look like if you would like. But if he gets out and you know where they are, if he betrays us, you're the first person we're going to if we cannot find him. You realize this, right?
I do. But no, he won't.
If that is your wish, then yes, you can go with myself and Karis and our lovely little assassin to the cells.
That's what I want.
Alrighty. And Beltov gives a nod and still waits for everyone else to follow.
I'll do so.
All right.
And as Beltov holds the door, you all leave. Beltov will start leading your party to your rooms. He leads you back up this descent, and your way is lit by these glowing white stones that glow in a way you have not experienced before, except for your descent down here. This is the first time within the last few hours that you've ever seen these kinds of stones. They glow like this very beautiful white color, like hopeful color. Like you get the sense that these stones are a sign of hope here. And as you all continue the climb, you can hear life here. You hear children laughing and playing. You see all kinds of people chatting and trading. You see buildings carved into stone with wooden accents from the forest that's directly outside this mountain. And there is this giant tree in the center of this area, and it's beautiful, and it's big, and it's green. You all don't normally get these kinds of colors, but you see color here. And it's so tall that it just completely starts growing and growing and growing until the canopy covers this entire area in this mountain. And you kind of think for a second, there's no sunlight down here. How is this thing growing? But then you see druids around the base. And they're tending to it and they're taking care of it. And you get the sense that there is love for that tree here. And it just creates this beautiful dome. And there are mushrooms that glow in different shades of blue and purple from its trunk. And they kind of like spread up all the way past the canopy and on the walls. And you can see little fireflies in the top of the canopy that are lighting up like little stars. Beltov will then lead you past this tree to the other side of the city center down another slope. And the doors and rooms have been carved into the stone itself. There are mushrooms that grow above each door, almost like a little light for each door. Like you have a little welcome light. Some are blue, some are purples. There are even some pinks as you continue down this area where you can assume the living quarters are. And there are 4 rooms at the end of the hall that are open. The doors are not closed. And you all can see in these rooms, they're very simple. You have a bed, you have 4 walls. It's not fancy. And Beltov will stand there and kind of gesture to each of the rooms. It's not much, but these rooms are yours to do with what you would like. I'm sorry we do not have more to offer here. But they are yours as long as you are with us. It is yours.
I'll do nicely.
I don't have much decoration, but I can start trying to collect some. If you would like to decorate.
Well, maybe.
He gives a soft little smile. And he just looks tired. Well, if you all do not need anything else from me, I do have a little bit of work to get done.
You should sleep.
I will eventually. I'll get there. I've been gone a while. I need to make sure some things are running smoothly, but then I promise I'll get some rest this evening.
All right.
Breakfast is the first light. There is an alarm that wakes us up. We have breakfast under the great tree. You'll hear the alarm. It wakes us all up. It's rather loud. It's rather annoying, especially if you really want to sleep. So it will wake you up unless you are a massively deep sleeper. Then they will go and knock on your door. Or you miss breakfast. That is your choice. But I kind of like breakfast. So I'd very much like to have, even though I don't remember most of our breakfasts, as you get the sense he kind of just makes his way there and doesn't really know where he's going. Just knows that that's where he's supposed to go, as he's not a morning person. But we can head to Super's after breakfast in the morning.
All right.
Do y'all need anything from me?
I don't think so.
Alrighty. Well, if y'all need anything, I'm not too far from here. I'm a few doors down. The ones with the pink mushrooms are mine. And he'll give Dahlia a very tight hug, a little kiss on the forehead, tight squeeze. And then he starts to turn around and go do whatever he is supposed to be doing.
Turns to the professor. This place. What do you make of it?
I haven't decided yet.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad to be here and not in Sydonea.
Oh, the Sydonians.
I don't think any of this is good, though. But I need some time to figure out how I feel about it.
Keep thinking about the city and why all the innocents.
I saw it. I don't think there's much of a city left.
Yeah. They're not offering. They're not offering a place just because of their beliefs.
I mean, how would people even know? I wouldn't know about this unless, Velphie and yourself hadn't told me the night before.
I wouldn't know about it if I hadn't run into Beltov.
I don't know how anyone would get here. But I'm trying not to be quick to judge, but it doesn't sit easy with me. Not like being in Sydonea would be any better right now, though.
No. Just wish there was like an in-between place for the refugees.
It was a time getting to the Druid farm. I can't imagine any of the less capable citizens making it there or anywhere else safe. And if this thing is now angry because it's not getting Cinder's part of the deal, I mean, I can only imagine things are getting worse than how I saw it when I left the headquarters. I don't know. I have to figure out how I feel about it. You seem uneasy, like myself, so.
Very uneasy.
I would imagine Velphie does too. She's got a good head on her shoulders, understands the way of the world, all the grays. But that's a question for tomorrow, I guess. And I hope that alarm is loud, because I was just trying to wonder where we would see first light in here. So
I don't think we get light.
nothing natural, at least. Let's just hope they have a half-decent tea somewhere.
We have Calandra, if not.
I mean, she was uprooted like the rest of us. Hopefully she was able to bring a lot of her things, but I don't know.
And Calandra is also with you.
Oh, hey. Hello.
She was one of the ones that was told to follow. And she doesn't look like she's been paying you any attention. It looks like she's just kind of zoned out. As like she can't be with her son. Her son just died. And she's just kind of, she's almost just followed, and now she doesn't know where to go. Like almost like a person who needs to be pointed into which room to go into.
Do you need anything, Calandra?
I'm okay. Are we sleeping here? Is this where we're calling it tonight?
Yeah, I think so. We're all in this little area together. So if you do need anything, we'll be close by.
Okay, that's good.
And we can try to find some tea in the morning.
I would very much like that. Well, are y'all gonna choose one, or do I need to just walk into one?
Did he assign them to us, or did he tell us to choose one?
He told you all to choose one, as there are 4 at the end of this hallway.
I'll let you all choose first, but if they're identical, I guess it doesn't really matter. I can take the smallest one, if there is a small one.
They are all the same size.
Well, I'm going to take this one on the end, then. I'm assuming there's an end.
There is an end. And once you choose one, Calandra chooses the one that's next to yours and just goes in and just very gently, as she's a very like meek and gentle creature, closes that door. But you all can hear her on the other side, as it's almost like she just kind of sits next to the door and just softly cries to herself. But you hear the little lock on her door.
I'll go into the first one.
Got it. And you all are able to go into these rooms, and they are very, very simple. You have some mushrooms in there that are providing you some light, and you get the sense that, like, they are dim at night, and then they get a little brighter possibly in the morning. Because as you all have been standing here, they've been getting dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, almost to kind of give you an idea of what time of day it is. But it is just a bed in a stone room with a few mushrooms kind of on the walls to give you some light. But other than that, it is very much a almost militaristic bunk. And as you all are getting settled, we're going to go back over to where Velphie is, and Antir, Karis, and Cipair. And Cipair just looks at Karis. Karis starts to walk out, and then she looks at Velphie and Antir.
Velphie's gonna look at Antir.
Antir gives a little nod.
And then she'll start walking, holding his hand.
And he is just squeezing it. You can tell he's nervous. He's also walking with a upright posture. You can tell he's trying to hide that scent that he gives off, like, constantly, because you only get like little whiffs of lilies every once in a while, and it's typically when he looks most nervous. And Cipair walks behind you. And you all, instead of going up the descent, continue downwards. And you all go down and down and down for quite a while. Are there any conversations you would like to have on the way? Otherwise, this will be a very silent trip.
I think she's more so there for Antir as like a support. So she's gonna be whatever he needs her to be. If he wants to talk, she'll talk. If he wants to stay quiet, she'll just hold his hand, comforting squeezes every now and then. She might say, kind of, not nonchalantly, but to herself, it's a long way down.
And it is a long way down, as Antir is also just giving you little squeezes, comforting for both him and hopefully a little bit for Velphie, but he doesn't seem very calm right now. As you all continue that descent, and it just gets colder and colder down here as you start to see a door pop up with a guard in front of it. The same kind of guard that opened the wall the previous day. Or not the previous day, earlier today. As he stands there with his post, fully in garb, sword at the ready, steps aside, presses a button, and the door starts to slide open. And as the door slides open, you see bars of steel that look like they have been magically enchanted to where you roll me an Arcana check.
Arcana. 16.
With a 16, you know that these cells are used to push down magic. The magic cannot be cast within that cell. Karis goes up to one of them, unlocks the cell, holds it open. Security protocol, kid. Antir gives a nod, walks in, and waits for the door to be shut.
Velphie's going to stand on the other side and reach into her bag of holding and pull out the drawing of her Antir. She's going to hold it out to him.
He very gently takes it, holds it to his chest. Everything will be all right.
Everything will be all right.
I'll do good and get out on good behavior.
You better. I'll be waiting for you.
Well, then I definitely
I
can't
love
mess
you.
up.
Yeah.
I love you.
She'll kiss him.
He kisses back.
She'll step back and wait for the bars to close.
Karis closes the door, makes sure it's locked, puts it in his back key, and he just looks very sad. Like this sad expression as he looks down at Velphie, looks at Antir, looks at Velphie. I hope you understand, kid.
That's to Velphie.
That's to Velphie.
Guess I have to.
He ruffles your hair between your horns. And then just gently pinches your cheek. Well, you need rest too. Let me show you where the other ones are. Where your friends are.
I can't stay with you.
I can, if you want to stay with me, I can set up an extra bunk if you would like.
How close will you be?
The guest quarters are on the other side of the city. I am on this side. But I can easily set up like an extra bunk, or I can take the floor. I have a nice little
No.
chair.
No. That's fine. I'll you can keep your bed. I'll take the guest room.
Does it look like Velphie is upset by that notion?
She's a little disheartened because she just got her dad back and now they're gonna be separated again.
You see him look towards Cipair, almost like he's asking for permission for something. And she just gives him a quick nod and she gives him a key. It's not much bigger than the other ones, unfortunately, but it is bigger and it's got a family room in it. We don't have many of those, but you are my friend, and if that's what you want, it is yours. And he looks at Velphie. Will that work?
Yeah.
Okay, I will go and make sure it is properly set up. Cipair, my daughter is back, and he just kind of gets like that little excitement, and he kind of like calms himself a bit. I'm gonna go set it up. I will be right back. And he looks nervous as he's just like, okay, I can do this. And he just walks off real fast and allows you to stay with Cipair and Antir a little while longer as he goes and sets up the new family room that he has.
I think Velphie, before leaving, will just kind of look back once at Antir.
He's sitting on the bed and he just gives you a...
She'll wave back. And she will follow Siper back out.
And Siper leads you and very slowly walks down the hallway to where you can assume she's leading you to where the family rooms are. And she just walks very slowly, very quietly in case you have any questions for her.
How long will this last?
Until he proves his trustworthiness. I do not want to give you any definites on timelines, because I know timelines can be a disappointment when they do not actually happen in the way you want them to.
I understand. He's good. He is.
She gives you a soft smile, and you are more than welcome to insight that.
Okay. I'm crying.
I saw the tear and I was like, whoa, this is good.
7.
7. You just see her smile. You know there's something behind, some kind of motive behind that, some kind of sadness behind that, something behind that, but you don't know what it is.
Because she'll just she'll note that, but just, he'll be treated okay.
He will be treated just fine.
Okay.
He will be allowed out after first light. He just has a curfew. And somebody needs to be with him at all times until we can trust him on his own. And not to stab myself, our other high members. We gotta make sure that he is not here to kill us.
He'll be assigned a guard?
Right now it's Beltov.
There's like a bit of relief when she hears that it's going to be Beltov. Because of what Beltov said while we were in the office. Okay.
I know this is a lot for one day, and I do apologize for everything that has happened to you and your friends over the past few days. I know it's rough being uprooted from a place that you thought was home.
A place that I thought stood for something else entirely. But
I think we all thought that at one point.
yeah. It's a hard truth to swallow.
Yes, it is, but I think once you have swallowed that truth, everything will be better for it.
She'll just nod. And I guess Siper would get the sense that Velphie's done talking.
She doesn't quite, you get the sense she doesn't quite understand that you are done talking, but Siper is not a talker. And her energy is out for socializing for today. So she is also quiet, and it's that awkward silence.
Oh, nice.
But after what feels like an eon, You do see Karis, the very excited, like, it's a soldier walk. But there's just this, you know your dad well enough. There's a slight little pep in his step. That, like, there is a sense of normalcy here. He has his family back. And he got a family room. And he walks over. You ready, kiddo?
So ready.
All right. And he holds out his metal arm. We're going home.
Going home. She'll take it.
And he leads you back up the descent, where you do see the same thing that everyone else saw. The life that's in this room, the giant tree, the druids, the laughter, the trading, the people at the bar drinking together. Camaraderie, which is very rare for Sydonea. But instead of going down the guest room where all of your friends went, which was straight across the city, he walks out of this descent, takes an immediate left on the same wall, and goes down another descent. And you see these mushrooms that are above these doors. And you see little handmade signs and things like that, like the LaCroix family or the just family names that are on each of the doors. And you get to one of the last ones. There is no name on the door yet, but he stands out in front of it. This is ours.
It's our home.
He hands you the keys. You want to do the honors?
Yeah. And she'll put the key in the door and push it open.
It is very plain, as it has not been furnished yet. This is something you will have the opportunity to, with Karis, to decorate. But there's a family center in the center of this little apartment. It's a tiny little kitchenette. And there are two little hallways, and you get the sense that one goes to one room, another goes to the other, split apart. Very tiny, but a family home.
This will do just nice.
Well, which one would you like? Right or left? They're the exact same other than that.
Velphie will hold out her hand and a fist, and Karis would eventually, I think it would click that she's asking for rock, paper, scissors, as that's how they used to decide things back when she was younger.
And you see like this, like very stern man have this giant grin on his face as he holds it out, and he's like, all right. As he finally gets it, like it finally clicks.
All right. Loser gets left.
Loser gets left. Okay. We're going to roll these for it.
Okay.
So just roll a d20. Tell me what you got.
9.
He got a 14. So he chooses rock and gets really excited that he can beat the scissors. All right. Best 2 out of 3.
Okay, you're on.
All right. Roll these again.
6.
2. So what did you choose?
Ha-ha. Well, wait. So he won once, I won once. So we still need one more,
We
right?
still need one more. So which
Okay.
rock, paper, or scissors? What'd you beat him with?
She'll do paper.
And he's just sitting there like, yep, don't choose the same one twice. Got it. And roll these one more time.
15.
You beat his 14.
Nice. Should go with rock.
I should have gone with rock.
Shoulda, coulda.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Didn't do it. Right is yours.
That's what I wanted anyway.
Well, perfect. It worked out great. I wanted left.
It's really nice having you back, Dad.
It's nice having you back, kiddo.
She'll hug him real tight and step back. I guess I'll get some shut-eye.
Go get some rest. I got some things I got to take care of, and I'll be back before you know it.
Okay. All right. Well, have fun, I guess.
I will do my best.
All right.
Gives you a tight squeeze, and then he walks out the door.
And Velphie will head towards the right.
Heading towards the right as you have the right room. And while this is happening, are Friedrich and Dahlia doing anything before they go to bed?
Okay. I'm going to send some sendings.
Ooh.
Yeah. I have a couple full spell slots. So we're going to first send one to Pax.
Alrighty. Roll me a d20 first.
Yeah. 17?
You said 19?
17.
17, okay. What are you sending?
Okay. Just, hey, please tell me you're alive. What is happening there? I could come and get you. Would be weeks.
You do not get a response back immediately. But that does not mean you won't get one later. There we go. But you do not get a response right now.
Okay. One gone. And then to Serafina.
Okay.
Just, hey, how's Sydonea looking? Need anything? Anything I can do?
You do get an immediate response back from Serafina. Well, glad you're okay. I am underground, very chaotic, not nice. Don't like this, but I'm good. I'm fine. Don't need anything. We'll keep contact. And you do get the sense like it's got that like cheerful like tone that she usually has, but there's a bit of panic in there. And you get the sense that when she says everything's fine, she's alive and that's about it.
And then to Ignatius.
Ooh, okay.
You still alive for me to kill you? That's it.
Roll me an Arcana check.
16?
You get the sense that that sending hits its mark. And he just takes note. And he does not respond.
That's all I can do for sendings. And she'll stay up, she's just sitting. She doesn't sleep much. So she's just awkwardly sitting on the bed, cross-legged, staring at the door, just listening to everything.
Roll me a perception.
Okay. 17.
With a 17, y'all are at the end of the hallway, so it is a little quieter, but you can almost hear like the sounds of just people enjoying, like, you know, when you're in a hotel room and you can hear like giggles and like joyous sounds and like just sounds like a normal night. And people are enjoying their evening out in that main area. Nothing seems to be of a danger. Nothing seems to be scary. You hear a few footsteps that come back eventually, and like they head into their rooms that are further down the hallway than yours. You hear some kids that are whining that they can want to continue playing and they don't want to go to school tomorrow. But you hear things that you're not accustomed to here in or where you are from in Sydonea, and it's kind of one of those feelings like you don't quite know what to do with it.
She'll leave at one point and just kind of do a lurk and just like in like a vantage area of like where the main hub is and just watch it, trying to understand it.
Alrighty, roll. Are you trying to be stealthy about it?
No, she's just kind of just observing, just looking at it all the people enjoying life.
There are tables that have been brought out, where you can assume there's a tavern type situation where you see this giant being of a person who has like this grayish looking skin and just really big, like 7 feet tall, as this person's just slinging back drinks and handing them to people and laughing. And you see like a bunch of parents are taking their kids back home, wherever their bunks are. You see the tables that have been brought out in front of the tavern. There are just people sitting there like toasting and chatting with each other. And you see some druids like next to the tree doing some magic to help the tree grow. You see a couple of individuals that have like some kind of holy symbol. You notice none of their holy symbols are the same, but they have some holy symbols and they are casting magic that you see food is just magically kind of popping up in front of them, and water, lots of water. You see Golmack at one of the tables, just kind of, he's got his hands folded and he just looks at the druids and he's got a little smile on his face. But it seems, as you're kind of lurking, that the people, at least in this room, seem to have found a joy in life. And they like it here. And they enjoy their friends here. But you do get the sense that there is some kind of structure here.
Yeah. And the tall, gray-skinned being, do I recognize what race they are?
Roll. Actually, I'm not even going to have you roll for it. You know that is a Goliath. And Beltov has mentioned having a friend that is a Goliath.
Uh-huh. She notes it, doesn't do anything. Hangs out.
And as you're hanging out, Professor Friedrich, is there anything you're doing with your night?
Yeah, just as Friedrich is settling down, he just sort of sitting on the edge of the bed before he, I don't know, tries to cover up the light from these mushrooms. And he pulls out, I pulled a little vial flask thing that I have in my pack and uncork it and take a sip, because it is that fuck up that I bottled a long time ago. And it's just a little taste of home for Friedrich, who's feeling a little bit homesick for Sydonea right now.
And how long have you had this now?
I want to say I did it at least a week or so before the ball, so it might be about a week and a half, 2 weeks in there.
With it being in there for 2 weeks, this is strong. And for the first time, you actually taste just how strong it is without Timval's magic there to kind of coat the taste of just how strong these alcohol drinks are. And like, You get the fuck up, you get to taste it, but it just doesn't quite taste like the bar. But you get enough to where you feel like that little hole of homesickness has filled just slightly. But then there's also that little bit that you never thought you'd say this, but you kind of miss it.
And then I would go to sleep.
Alrighty, heading to bed. Velphie, is there anything else you like to do before you go to sleep?
Velphie, she'll just quietly shut the door and take in her surroundings. What does she see?
It is very bland. There is a bed, a bedside table, a blanket, a pillow, a little tiny wardrobe, nothing in it. Nothing on the walls, a few mushrooms.
She will kind of like not necessarily like in a daze, but just kind of trying like she's not making herself feel anything like because she can't really do that to begin with, so she's just kind of basking in the fact that she can't feel anything right now because that's what she wants, and she's just very straight-faced unpacking her clothes, putting it in that little wardrobe, and she'll lay down on the bed and she'll hold her ring and call out Mira. Just have Mira sleep on her chest. She closes her eyes.
And Mira, when she gets summoned, does that big stretch, as it's been a few days since she's been brought out. And then she does like the little 3 circles and just plops. And it's instead of that warm like body feeling, you do get that like cold sensation, ghostly sensation that she is sleeping on your chest. And you're able to go to sleep. And Dahlia, as you are lurking, you feel a presence come and stand next to you.
I look over.
It's Beltov. He's just
Okay.
kind of like leaning next to or at the table or wherever it is that Dahlia is lurking. He's just kind of leaning there, looking out. So what do you think so far?
It's different. New experience.
Different in a good way or a bad way?
I don't know. It's foreign to me, so I don't know.
He kind of does this little... He's like holding an ale at this point, and he does slide one to Dahlia that he got. You don't have to drink it if you don't want to, but I thought you might like it.
That's right.
And it is this... It's a light lager with hints of like cloves and spices that can easily be made in darker places.
Takes a long pull.
He looks out at the people that are slowly starting to retire. That's what I'd like to fight for. A little normalcy. Just the littlest.
Seems nice.
Yeah. Everybody, even in a hard time, can find a little bit of joy here. But we have an early morning tomorrow. It might be best if we get some rest.
I look exhausted.
I am quite tired. But everything will be all right.
Sleep will do you good.
If you need me or want me, I'll be in. And he gives you his room number, which is about 5 down from his. Just knock on my door and I'll be there.
Pink mushrooms.
With the pink mushrooms. Sleep well, love. And he gives you a kiss on your forehead. Gives your shoulder a little squeeze. And then just with this, it's not a prideful walk that he normally walks with. It's ragged. It's tired. As he makes his way to his room.
She'll finish her drink and set it down and kind of just stroll back to her spot, just kind of giving a nod to the scholars, like, you would like this place, I think.
The scholar?
Mm-hmm.
You hear whistling. That's very mournful.
Yeah. It seems very nice.
Nothing more to add?
Nothing more to add.
All right. Did you ever meet Crow?
Crow was Calanthia's best friend.
That's... Hmm. Wait, Galanthia was there? With the 3 explorers?
No, Calanthia.
Well,
never-
during that timeline.
Yes, Calanthia was alive during that time.
I'm going to bed.
Sleep well.
Okay. You too, if you ever do. I've never asked that if you do or not. You probably don't, but...
Don't have the luxury of sleep anymore. Or dreams, for that matter.
Not always bad. Most dreams are not good.
Not always good either.
And she'll go into her little house. Go to sleep.
And you are able to hit that long rest button as you all go to sleep. And when you wake up the next morning, it is by this loud, blaring alarm of a like noise. It's not nice. But when Beltop said it will wake you up, it wakes you all up as you all hear it, even down in the family wing, as it is now first light. What are you doing?
Are we panicking?
Pooping my pants. No, I mean, I'd get right up and honestly just walk outside the front door and wait for everyone else.
Alrighty, and as you're waiting outside of your door for everyone else, you do see other people leaving their houses or their like apartments, and they're heading up the descent towards the main part of the city. Already dressed, ready to go. The clothes here are kind of uniform, not as much as Sydonea, but there is a bit of a structure, a bit of uniform here as everybody is kind of making their way up that descent back towards the main area, and you're able to wait for your friends outside the door. Yes.
Did you say not as much as Sidonia? Did Sidonia have like a uniform?
The order did.
The order, like everyone here in Limbo, like including, do I see people of all ages, women, children, men, everyone else, all wearing the same thing?
They all have a very similar attire, yes.
Is this a cult?
TBD.
Roll? Well, no. Never mind. You haven't seen it yet.
I do have proficiency in religion. Just kidding.
Roll,
I do.
roll me a religion check.
Cult.
Roll
really?
me a religion
Okay.
check,
I
sure.
was just messing around, but okay. I like to roll.
Roll for cult.
Dirty 20.
With a dirty 20, you have read books of cultish behavior, and this is kind of cultish behavior. You don't know if this is a cult, but from everything you've read about cults, it kind of fits. But you also, you said you didn't want to judge. This could also just be an easy outfit to make for everybody, as in there are like hundreds of people here, and the druids just kind of make something simple for everybody to make sure they have plenty of clothes to wear.
Okay, so like shades of cult, but think horses, not zebras. It's more logical that it's just simple clothing.
It is more logical. It is pretty simple. Like they're not like named or numbered or anything like that, but it's just kind of like very simple clothing. And there are different colors too.
Okay. The thing that just strikes me is normally I'm the first person up, and all these people are already up and ready. So it's just a bit odd from what I'm used to. But as you said, I am withholding judgment until I get to walk around the city a bit.
And you get the sense this place is very structured. Very structured. And as you wait outside your door, Dahlia, what are you doing?
He's coming out like these are like bells warning for a fight. So she's coming out with like Eldritch Blast ready. Eyes are like black. And she's like fighting stance ready.
And as you come out in with Eldritch Blast and everything, eyes like completely like glazed over, you just see people going to the main area for breakfast. As like Beltov, you remember Beltov saying there is a bell to wake everybody up for breakfast, and if you don't wake up at that time, you miss breakfast. But you see people just walking up the descent, laughing, talking with each other, talking about the day, what they're gonna do.
She coughs awkwardly and like stamps it out. Hi.
Hi. Are you a bit on edge?
What gave it away?
Just a hunch.
Usually, I don't know. Peace things new. I don't know.
Yeah. I saw Kalandra go into her room. I don't know what time Velphie came back or if she did. But I guess we'll just hopefully. I do want to wait for Kalandra, but
Is Velphie's door still open?
The last room is still open. Like no one ever went in there. And as you all are looking at the open room where that room would have been Velphie's, you do see a ragged Kalandra kind of step out, puffy eyes, very slowly walks out of her room. Are we okay? Is that the bell that Beltov was talking about?
I think so. Everyone seems to be proceeding towards the wherever they dine.
No one's fighting, so
Okay, so it's not like a Sidonian warning bell then.
no. That's was my first thought too, but no.
Okay. That was a little unnerving, but
Yeah, there's room for improvement there, making it a bit more pleasant, but they seem very serious about their rise time.
Just let people do what they want to do. Eat when they want to, and whatever. Just not whatever. Anyway. Good morning.
good morning.
Are you hungry this morning, Calandra?
Sure. You get the sense she's not hungry, but she's ready to go if you all are going. She doesn't want to be left here by herself.
I think
Forth?
we were just heading down. Sorry, go ahead.
I just said Sally Forth. That's all I said.
Yes, Sally.
Okay, well let's find Sally.
I think Sally may meet us there. I'm not sure.
Okay. And she just very meekly walks with you all. And as you all are heading up the descent, Velphie, what are you doing?
Hearing the alarm, Velphie will wake with a start, as she is not used to being woken up that way, and she's typically a heavier sleeper. Doesn't really get up till like 9 or 10. Mira probably would be like, the hell? She'll get up and, put Mira back on the bed so she can continue sleeping. And get dressed. Is there a mirror?
Sure.
She'll just look in the mirror for a second, sigh, and then she will walk out into the family room area.
And as you walk into the family room area, Karis is there getting ready, putting on his archer's glove and things like that, and making sure his quiver is set, putting on his pauldrons. The alarm is pretty loud. You okay?
I'm not really like, I like to sleep.
Yeah, getting to sleep is always nice. We do get 2 days where the alarm doesn't go off, but...
Oh. Well, that's nice, at least. I guess.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to.
Yeah, it was rather loud, but I guess when in limbo.
When in Limbo. Let's go get breakfast.
Okay.
And you all are able to start making your way up the descent. And as you make your way up to the descent with all of these other people, there are so many people that are lined up. They're getting portions and grabbing things from the tavern and the bakery that are right next to each other. Almost like this is a ration type of thing to make sure everybody is taken care of. Everybody has food. Everybody has something to eat. They're not charging anything for this as everybody grabs something to eat for their breakfast. You see a Goliath running and serving at the tavern. You see a blue tiefling running the bakery, making sure everybody has bread and everybody's good. You see the druids creating water and food for the day. And people are just grabbing their rations, going to sit at a table with their friends, their little clique. And you can hear like how a tavern or a cafeteria sounds when there's a lot of people in there. You hear some joyous laughter. You hear some like serious conversations going on, things like that. As you all make your way up the descent and see all of these people gathering their rations and their food and finding a place to sit.
Well, I wonder what's on the menu today. I'm gonna walk up to what looks like a line, I guess, if I see a line.
You do see a line, and it's going pretty quickly as they are very efficient in what they do. And today's is either like a bagel and some toppings to go on top of it, or a loaf of bread and some soup. So very simple things, but hearty things that you can have for your breakfast. And you get the sense that like it is not necessarily a communal meal, but it's just simple to make the same thing. So whatever one person has pretty much is offered to everybody, as like they are just trying to make sure that all of these people are fed, taken care of, and ready for the day with their breakfast.
I will opt for the bread and soup, and I will ask whoever's serving it, you wouldn't happen to have a strong black tea, would you?
The little blue tiefling answers, I don't have any tea right now, but I could go make you some, after breakfast once everything's situated. You're new here. I've never seen you.
I apologize. Where are my manners? I am new here. My name is Friedrich, and you are?
Well, Friedrich, my name is Carlel. I help run the bakery. I like baking breads and, foods and things like that. It makes me really happy. But I don't have much tea, but I could try to make you some. But it would have to be probably later this evening, because we do have scheduled. I pretty much work all day in order to make sure everybody's fed for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then we get free time afterwards, so I can make you some tea then.
Being new, I don't want to rock the boat much. I appreciate it. I'm sure you always rise to the occasion, but don't worry about it for now. It's been a pleasure making your acquaintance.
Oh, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I like you, Rise. I'm going to start using that. You hear that, Mech? That's going to be my new joke. And the Goliath turns around. Good one.
It's the least I can do. And I'll move on down the line.
Carell looks like she is dying, and Mech just kind of is like, that's supposed to be funny. Okay, ha 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 ha.
I'll get to the end, and I'll wait for Kalandra and Dahlia to make it through the line before we find somewhere.
Dahlia just gets a bagel and toppings, not speaking to anyone.
And you're able to do that as you get the sense that they are comfortable with people not talking. It seems like some people just don't. As they get you set up with your ration of the toppings and things like that, you're able to head and find the table that Friedrich's at. And Kalandra does the same thing. She's not very talkative, goes through the line, gets herself a little bagel and toppings, and she also asks for a tea, where she gets the same answer. I can get you a tea later, but I don't have any right now. And she just looks very disheartened. No morning tea. I'm gonna have to change that. And she just kind of walks over to where you and Friedrich are. And sits down very quietly and just nibbles.
I have some of your tea back in my room, but it's a bit hot spicy, not hot temperature. So perhaps we can find something else around here.
Well, I did pack some of my teas if y'all would ever like any. I do have some, but I don't have anything to make it with right now. But I think I can make something to make it with. But maybe we just do that in our rooms, because I don't really want to share with others. I'll share with y'all.
That's a good idea. It's also very interesting. I'm assuming, because they're an isolated city, it seems a bit communal, but I'm
Very
interested
communal.
to see how everything else works around here.
It's very weird.
Like, what are all these people going to do with their day, and how do they decide?
They do it all together.
How do they get anything other than food? I don't know. That's what I planned for my day. What about you two?
Shit, I didn't even think about. I don't have anything planned. Exist. I don't know. This is a lot.
It's understandably difficult to plan in a time like this. So I'm just trying to keep it small. Like, find out where the bread comes from.
I feel like
And then
this
we'll
is
save
such
the
a
world
different place. I
tomorrow.
feel like I'm just going to offend everybody if I do anything weird.
Yeah, I definitely rolled the dice a bit speaking with Corella, was that her name?
I don't know. I don't talk to people.
Carlel.
Carlel. I'm terrible with names. This
That's why I don't
brain
learn
of
them.
mine. You know, that's a good strategy, but it's something in my bones.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to ask these people some questions though. I want to know what they think happened in Sydonea,
They even know.
or if they even know. I don't plan to bring it up.
They even care.
That I'm interested to see. They took us in. They're feeding us. I'm going to try to assume.
That's why it makes it confusing.
I'm going to try to assume goodwill without being naive.
Yeah.
I'm really having to try, but we'll see. Like most places, I'm sure there's a hierarchy to knowledge. CPR probably knows everything that goes on in here. Much like the Order knows or knew a lot about Sydonea. And some people just went about their day. So maybe it's the same. I mean, Golmack's here. And he was always a good person. I'm sure Sunshine, maybe around here somewhere.
Roll me perception.
Do I see him looking around for somebody?
I'd say yeah.
Guidance!
Guidance. Okay, I got a 15 on the die. Well, 15 on the die plus my skill. And then a 4, 19.
With a 19, you do see at one of the tables a little ways off towards your right. You do see Sunshine, Golmack, a few of the other druids, and they're just kind of like laughing with each other, talking with each other, enjoying their, bagel with toppings or their soup and their just breadstick. But they are over there just chit-chatting with one another.
So, a few familiar faces. I like to find the stables or the corral as well. I also don't want to draw a lot of attention to myself.
No.
Which it all sounds very opposite. I want to ask people lots of questions and I sort of stand out, but I also don't want to draw attention to myself. So I'll have to figure that out.
And while you are having that conversation, Velphie, you are coming up the descent and you see exactly what they see. Lines for communal food, either bagels and toppings or breadstick and soup, whatever you choose for your breakfast. And people just getting in line, grabbing their rations and going and finding a place to sit.
So she's following Karis. I presume Karis is headed towards the line.
Karis is heading towards the line.
So what's on the menu today?
Well, it's typically the same thing every morning. But
Oh.
yeah, we don't get too much variety. It's just easier to make simple things to make sure that hundreds of people are fed and taken care of, but some kind of soup and bread's typically what I go with.
So you've been having soup and bread for 2 years?
Yes. I know you get a little tired of soup every once in a while. They do try to flavor it a little differently every morning, but
Why don't you mix it up today?
what am I mixing it up to?
Don't get the bread and soup?
So go with the bagel. I can do bagel. And you get the sense he doesn't mind soup and bread in the morning, but since you recommended getting a bagel, he is going to get a bagel.
Well, I mean, you don't have to.
No, it's my life. It's my life goal to have a bagel now. I'm going to do it. I'm going to step out of my comfort zone.
Whoa. Not the bagel.
I mean, it's definitely not your mom's cooking, but it's not terrible. So I guess the bagel can't be too bad.
Yeah, she was a great cook. Well, I'll get the bagel too. Can be bagel buddies.
Bagel buddies, I like that. And as you two get up to the main line, you do see the Goliath and a blue tiefling are trying to make sure everybody is served. And the blue tiefling is already getting a bowl of soup and a breadstick ready for Karis, because that is quite literally what he has every single morning. And he looks at her. I'm having a bagel this morning. And she just kind of looks at him funny. Are you okay? Are you going to die? What's going on? 2 years I've known you now and you've never switched it up. He's like, it's my life goal to have a bagel today. I'm having a bagel this morning. And he kind of like puts his foot down. Very soldier-esque like. And she just kind of shrugs, gives him a bagel. If you complain about this, it's not my fault. And he's just like, I'm going to enjoy, and like it's very soldier-esque. I'm going to enjoy my bagel. Thank you. And he just kind of like steps out of line. And you get the sense he doesn't talk in line very much. He usually gets what he usually gets, and that's it. Weird behavior for Karis.
Can Velphie tell if it's because he doesn't like the bagel or if he's just always had the soup and bread and just never really wanted to try the bagel?
Roll me insight.
16.
With the 16, and you know your dad well, he is very much a man of structure, a man of routine. This is different than his routine, but he's going for it.
Velphie will kind of chuckle to herself. She watches her dad in that whole interaction. And she'll say, bagel, please.
You're new. And she starts setting up a bagel and slides it your way.
Yeah, got here yesterday.
Oh, welcome in. I'm excited you're here. I'm Carlisle. If you ever need any baking needs, I'll try to take care of you in the best way I can. My bagels are good. Don't let him tell you any otherwise.
All right, I believe it. I believe it.
Good. And then she starts serving the next person in line. Roll me a perception check.
16.
With the 16, you do see your friends at a table with Calandra, and they just look very out of place at the moment. And they look very uncomfortable.
Okay. Well, Dad, where would you like to sit? I see Professor Friedrich and Dahlia over there, along with Calandra. I don't know if you have a set spot where you have your soup and bread every day.
He looks... we're going to go with that insight earlier. You see his eyes dart to a like lone table that he typically sits at. And he looks at you. Would you like me to go with you? Would you like to sit with them? Would you like for me to come too?
She'll... Velphie will look at Friedrich and Dahlia, and she'll send a quick message to Dahlia. I'm gonna eat with my dad, but I'll meet with you after.
She kind of looks up and kind of looks around. She's like, oh, okay. Yep, we'll be
Velphie
doing stuff. So much stuff today. Nothing. We have nothing planned.
You'll see Velphie laugh from across the room. And she'll just kind of wave real quick and follow her dad.
We can eat with them if you want to. I am a man of habit, but I can break habits.
Are you sure you can do another one today? That's 2 in one day.
It's good to get out of a comfort zone. And Lorelai made sure that I did that often, and I haven't done it in a while. So if you would like to, I can get out of any struggles with it. I can get out of routine.
It's okay, Dad. You don't have to if you don't want to.
I want
can
to
go
if
sit
you
with
want to.
them. Well, I would like to sit with my friends.
If you want me
Not
to
that
go,
I don't want to sit with you, of course. Like, just us. That'd be really awesome.
If you want me to go, I will. If you want me to stand back, I will. I will do whatever you wish me to do in this moment. I can be friendly. And you kind of get like that awkward little like foot twitch, like I can be nice.
Yeah, why don't you join us?
He takes a big gulp. Alrighty. And walks to where your table of friends are. Your friends of table of friends are. There we go.
All right, and then as Velphie sits down, she'll turn to Dahlia. Change of plans.
All good. Horace,
You all look as nervous as I do.
why are you nervous? What's happening? Something happening?
No, nothing is happening. I am a man of habit, and I am trying new things today.
Yes. Day 1, and I'm already changing things up.
Oh.
What's new about today?
I have a bagel.
Oh.
Okay, so you're trying a different style of bread.
You can tell he's pink, like he's this darker pink, but he's getting redder and redder. And he just kind of looks at you. I am breaking routine.
Life is a series of small battles, and it seems you have claimed a victory this morning. So, good morning.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here breaking routine with you.
Perhaps forming a new one.
I like the forming a new one idea. And he just kind of looks at Velphie a little bit.
Velphie will look around and see if she can find Antir.
All of you roll me a perception check.
And there's no sun, right?
There's no sun in here.
11.
Oh. 18.
Natural 20 for 22.
Alrighty. With the 11, you're looking around and it's just kind of like, you're not as much of a stickler about routines, but this is definitely different than what you're used to as you're taking in all these sites looking for Antir. But you see like people enjoying themselves. You see the tavern owner and the bakery owner just making sure everybody's fed. Everybody seems to be enjoying this rather bland meal, but everybody seems to be enjoying the camaraderie here. With an 18, and a natural 20. With a natural 20, I'll add a little bit more. But with an 18, as Dahlia is looking around, she does see Beltov. Beltov is walking from a lower descent on the wall that you went through yesterday to go to see Pear's office. And Antir is behind him. They are walking together. Antir is not in any chains or anything like that. Does have free movement. You can tell he doesn't have any weapons or anything like that on him. But they are walking in together, getting in a line. And then with a natural 20, Friedrich, you see that, but you also see Golmak stands up and looks like he's listening to something and then walks off.
Listening to something like close to him or trying to hear something far away?
Like he is hearing something in... Actually, roll me an insight.
Oh, like in his head?
Roll me an insight.
Okay, sorry. Insight. Insight.
The player
Oh,
knows
15.
as the character.
With a 15, yeah, it looks like he is hearing something in his head, very similar to how you sometimes hear Velphie in yours. And then he just gets up and heads out.
Where does he go? Does he go to where I saw them walking, or does he go a different direction?
He goes a different direction. He goes in the direction of the same way y'all entered yesterday. He starts heading towards that direction.
Okay. I'll just clock that.
And what are you all doing?
Enjoying the awkward silence, but not enjoying it.
Does anyone know what we do after we eat?
Velphie will look to her dad, like expectantly.
Well, after we eat, we go to see Pear's office to figure out where your stations are.
Are
Everybody has some kind of station here. It's how we earn our keep. And he pulls out a little button. And it's a black little button. And it's got a little insignia on it. And that's how we earn these. Food and water, of course, are going to cost you here. But this is how you can purchase things here. Sydonea has all the gold pieces, so this is what we get.
It's a currency. Okay.
Yes.
And we earn this through our station?
Yes.
And let me guess, Pear gets to choose what we do?
Yes.
I know sometimes it's taboo to talk about money and earnings. Does every station earn the same amount?
Depends on how high you are in your station. For instance, if you're doing more work, you get paid more.
Understandable.
Is it just Pear in charge?
CPAIR is the main person in charge, but we all have a bit of a say in what happens next.
A council.
Similar.
And if we don't like what Pear tells us to do, what happens then?
Just talk to her. I will say that you probably will not be given a very taxing duty yet, just because you all are new. But everybody here has to earn their keep.
Well, what about fun? What do people like to do for fun?
Well, We have, he looks at the, the bar. We have a bar.
A bar.
We like bars.
We
have
do
mud
like
We spend a lot
wrestling?
of time at one.
There is wrestling occasionally.
With mud or beer?
Not really any mud down here, but sometimes they have beer with them. So, I mean, a lot of the time they're
No,
drunk.
they stand in it. They stand in the beer.
No, we don't have that here. I mean, if you would like to have it incorporated, I'm sure it can be incorporated. We have a small band that enjoys playing in the evenings. After sundown is pretty much time we get to choose in whatever we want to do. Some people read.
Is there a library of sorts?
There's a small one. It's not very large. We've kind of collected a few books as we've gone out, but
Okay. Check that out.
hopefully it's a good one.
I feel like most any book is a good book. Most.
Most. And you know Karis has never been a reader. That was your mom's forte.
Velphie's gonna look for Antir again.
Roll another perception check.
Can I tell she's looking for someone?
Are you hiding it?
Not really, no. She's like in the middle of conversation, she'll just be like this.
And yeah.
I would lean in and say I saw Antir across the way, following Beltov. So
Her head will
if
whip in that
that's who you're
direction.
looking for,
Yeah.
Yeah, you see them both in line. Beltov and Antir are pretty much like right next to one another. And you get the sense that they have, like, they kind of have to be in order for Antir to be out. And they're getting food. Antir doesn't look like he slept very well. But he's nodding at something Antir, or not Antir, that Beltov is saying. And they're having like a little discussion and everything. Neither one of them looks extremely happy.
No.
Yet. But you get the sense that they're just kind of chatting with one another as they're waiting to get their food.
Kind of cute.
Now that she sees, how far away is he?
If you're asking for a message, close enough for a message.
Okay. She's just gonna send a quick message. Just, I missed you.
Since you're watching him, you see him kind of like shocked for a second, and then he just kind of gets this like goofy little boyish grin on his face. I missed you too. Where are you?
Velphie will stand up.
And you just see him like looking around, and he finally like meets your gaze, and you just see like a look on him as he sees Velphie, and he nudges Beltov and points. Veltov gives a little wave and then gives a look to Dahlia as he has like very much like openly like, hi, I'm here. And they're continuing to get in line. They get their food. Antir goes with soup. Beltov goes with a bagel that has the toppings on the side. And they both make their way to your table.
As soon as Antir gets there, she's gonna hug him.
He just leans into it. I missed you too. But you'd be surprised. Prison isn't as bad as people say it is. At least this one's not. It wasn't terrible. Had a bed.
Yeah? Should I go?
No.
Have you been to prison before?
No, this is my only experience with one, but it's not terrible. I'm getting fed. I get good boy hours.
Good boy hours.
Yup. I didn't get in trouble, so I'm getting good boy hours. And Beltov's just sitting there like, the look of like, the fuck is on his face as he sits next to Dahlia and just watches in bewilderment at how Antira is speaking of jail.
We gotta make the best of every situation, and I'm glad that you were doing that.
Doing a very good job as a prisoner.
The most handsome, bestest prisoner.
I am pretty stylish as he like fiddles with his outfit. He does have a new outfit today and it's cleaned. It's very simple and you get the sense he does not like it, but he is dealing with it. And then he does see his mom sitting close by and he just walks over, gives her a very tight squeeze. And Calandra just looks like a weight has been lifted off her shoulders as he gives her that tight hug, and then he sits next to Calandra and Velphie.
What?
Velphie will dig into her bagel.
Bagel.
And as you all finish your breakfast, Beltov will then stand up. Well, I think it's time to meet Seapair.
Huzzah.
Lead the way.
And you all do see as Beltov starts to lead the way, people are finishing up their breakfast and they are starting to move in different parts of the city. As it seems they are going to their stations. All the kids head one way, like they're going to school. And all the adults kind of, unless they are teachers, head to some station within the city. And you all make your way to Seapair's. The door is open. She is at her desk as you all walk in. Well, how are we enjoying Limbo? Did we sleep all right?
There was that big alarm that was very loud.
Well, we've learned that some people, and she points to Beltov, don't wake up easy. So we've cranked the volume on that just a bit.
Why not let them sleep if they want to?
Well, we all need to be productive and make sure that we can create a better tomorrow, and we all need to be on the same page for that.
Draw work best at night.
Well, if you would like a station where you can work in the evening and specifically night, we can try to get something scheduled for you.
She just got protective over him. So. She won't say anything else.
If we don't have any other questions, we can go ahead and get you situated. Dahlia, since you like working at night, we can get you set up with a clinic night shift. I have heard of your abilities and believe that you could definitely help us there. Friedrich, we would definitely need your help with the magical wards. And Velphie, we could use your help at the tavern with Mac and Carlel. And I've heard you are a wonderful entertainer that could bring some good spirits. And of course, if you don't like these stations, we can talk about them differently. And of course, as long as you are here and you are doing your part, we will make sure you are fed, you are watered, you are taken care of, you have a place to sleep. But I'm not sure if you know, she pulls out a little button and holds it out to you, and there is a little insignia on it. If you would like to roll Arcana, you can.
21.
18.
With an 18 and a 21, so everybody but Dahlia will know that these are magically infused. There is no way to copyright these. They have a specific amount of these in the city that they are dividing up, and this is their currency. Counterfeit, yeah. Can't counterfeit these. Can't counterfeit them, but this is their currency. We pay in these. I know it doesn't quite look the same as what you have in Sydonea. Sydonea does typically take most of the gold supply from wherever they can find it, so we have created our own. But if there's anything you're ever interested in purchasing other than, you know, food and water and anything like that, this is how you can purchase that. This is how you earn your keep. And of course, we will have other missions and things and jobs available when we deem you trustworthy of them. But from sunrise, breakfast, stations, lunch, back to stations, and then after sunset is your time to do as you please. Unless, of course, you would like to work at night, we can change that up to where you have the night to work, and then you can sleep during the day, do whatever you would like to during the day.
I'll do the same as my party.
But do you have any more questions for me, or?
I have 2 questions.
Of course.
Maybe 3. The first one, is there anyone in the city, Limbo, that values gold, would exchange these buttons for it?
Yes, we have a few people who rely on gold pieces. They purchase those with these little tokens here. We have a jeweler named Danderlug. He prefers to go by lug.
Okay.
And then our magic user, Hera, enjoys gold pieces. She claims that they help her with her book.
That was Hera with an H?
Yes, Hera with an H, 2 A's.
Okay. And the second question is, Super, do you maintain an open door policy? Would I be able to come speak with you at another time?
Of course. Can I have a time of which you would like to speak with me? That way I know to be here.
Whatever works for you for a private conversation.
Of course. After sunrise then? Or not after sunrise, sunset.
Sure. Tomorrow, would that be okay?
If you would prefer tomorrow, tomorrow works. You could do today as well, whatever is easiest for you.
How about tomorrow after sunset?
Sounds marvelous.
Thank you. That's all my questions, and I'll look to everyone else.
What religious sects are here?
We don't necessarily have a church, but you are more than welcome to practice whatever religion you would like.
What are the few that they follow?
A few that the people follow here. We don't have too many religious beings here, but we have a few of Drasana, especially with the druids being around. We have a few that pray to Lysera. 1 or 2 that talk to Ogma. But I don't dig too deep into people's religious beliefs.
Does anyone specialize in necrosis?
Necrosix? No, I do not believe so. I don't know much of the gods, but I haven't heard that name. I can try to find out more information if you'd like.
Mm. It's not that important.
And she just waits for the next question.
Did Dahlia notice everyone was dressed the same?
Yeah, I think it's pretty easily to spot that everybody's kind of dressed the same way.
That will be our next question. We don't have to wear what they're wearing, do we?
Not if you do not wish. It's just
I don't.
You do not have to wear it.
Okay.
Okay, good. And Velphie pats her corset.
They were just like, whoa, okay.
Did when Dahlia said it wasn't important, did it actually, was there some other kind of emotion there too, or was it just?
Yeah. There is. You probably get maybe some unease or untrust, like she doesn't trust. You see, pair.
Yes, Friedrich.
What does Sipir have on?
Sipir has on very simple clothes. Her wings are bamfed out. It doesn't necessarily look any more fancy or anything like that than everybody else. Just something comfortable, something simple, easy to make. Well, if you do not have any more questions for me, we can lead you to your stations.
Sure.
Perfect. And she stands up, ruffles her feathers. Actually, we'll bamf them back in to make sure that she is a little bit smaller. And then she will walk out of her room and motion for you all to follow her.
Andir and Beltoff are still with us?
They are staying in the room. They do not seem to follow.
Okay. Velphie will just turn and wave.
I get a station too.
I hope it's better than prison.
Anything's better than prison.
And she will leave.
Sydonea.
That is true. I'd rather be in prison than there.
There you go. Just think that when you start hating it.
That is a good point.
Do you feel like you need something to protect you?
I haven't felt threatened.
Beautiful. Bye.
Goodbye. And not Dahlia. Beltov just has a soft smile towards Dahlia as he just listens to that conversation. Kind of got a little smirk on his face. But Beltov here is very much soldier.
I don't know if I like that. Weird.
And you all are able to follow Sipir. Sipir, the closest place is the tavern. And Sipir introduces Velphie and the rest of the party as well to Carlel and to Mech, the tavern owner and the bakery owner. And she explains that this is how the food is prepared, sent out. This is the main entertainment of the city. This is where the morale is. because everybody's happy when they're eating and they're entertained and they're drinking. And this is where Sipere thinks that Velphie will shine the best. So she leaves Velphie with Mech and Carlel. She continues, and the next closest place is the clinic. The clinic is not too terribly far off. It's actually behind the big tree, but there is just like this little setup in the wall where there are people who are making sure that anybody who is sick is taken care of. Anybody that gets hurt, like while they're at their stations, is taken care of. This is the healers section. And she introduces you to Kara. And she doesn't know that you two are connected. So she starts introducing you to Kara, as Kara has come here and has been here a while.
Dude, okay.
Oh, it's wonderful to see you too.
Hi.
We have a clinic here. Are you both working with me, or?
I'm not skilled in, well, not in the direct application. Oh, no.
You dabble.
Well, I'm excited to have a friendly face and somebody I know really well here.
Are there not friendly faces?
Not everybody's been friendly so far, but you know, like a lot of the druids have come here as well, so I do get to see them pretty often.
Okay.
But it's more a situation where I'm new here a little bit.
Yeah.
It'll be great to have some help.
Just you?
There's a few others, but there's the medical expertise and healing expertise isn't necessarily here. A lot of these people are trying their best, but their best isn't always the greatest, you know?
All right.
And you all know Kara. Kara's is about on the same skill level as you all. Meaning that a lot of the people here are skilled, but definitely have a lot of room for improvement. And as you all get to talk to Kara, Sipere starts to walk away and expects Friedrich to follow.
I'll follow.
Be safe.
What was that?
She just said be safe.
You as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Sipere walks slowly to wherever she is leading Friedrich. And she just kind of looks at Friedrich, like, you said you want to speak privately. Like, do you have any questions? Did you want to ask me anything now? But she doesn't actually say anything. She just gives you a knowing look.
I am looking forward to this evening and today's work to get a feel for the community here. I've lived in Sydonea all my life. Hopefully you'll understand this is a bit foreign.
This is very foreign and compared to Sydonea, and I know I've tried to help make it feel that way.
How long have you been here?
Well, I left Sydonea 122 years ago. Got stuck in that place for 5 years, so I've been here for 117.
Did you found Limbo?
Yes. Took a very long time, but met people on the road who had a similar vision. That Sydonea wasn't safe anymore. That as long as Sydonea was going against everything that I thought we stood for, that they weren't going to fix it, so we needed to fix it.
Well, I appreciate you letting us stay here. I'm looking forward to trying to understand everything a bit more before we speak.
Okay. Whatever you need, Professor Friedrich. Heard you got a very bright mind. Even though you did cast friends on one of my most talented when you first met.
That sounds like a small portion of the story, but that part is true.
Can't say I blame you.
So what does this entail, these magical wards?
These magical wards entail keeping protection of the city.
How can I help with that?
You're magically inclined. And she is leading you to like an outside version, not necessarily outside of the walls, but closer to like the border of the city. Like, and you do see some magic users like pouring some of their energy into this ward, this protection. Keeping energy into it allows us to make sure that no one can teleport in and no one can scry in. And that we're shielded. It is tiring work, but it is one of the ones that are most important.
Then I won't disappoint.
Perfect. This is Hera. And she introduces you to a woman who is a half-elf, and she is kind of like watching over the wards and helping people like figure out what kind of magic, how to put their magic into this to keep it protected. She will tell you what to do.
Hera, my name is Friedrich. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well. What can I do for you? Are you working with me?
Yeah, on the contrary, what can I do for you?
Oh, perfect. You're working for me. Go over there. And she starts explaining how to put magic into this ward in order to keep everybody safe. And you all now have a station, a job that you all have been given. And as you all work, you start work. As soon as breakfast is over, you get a break in the middle of the day, and you get dinner at the end of the evening. And at the end of sunset, or at sunset, it is your time to do with whatever you please. You all do this for a week, as you all get a little bit of respite and possibly a little bit of unease as you're in a new place. But during this week, is there anything you all would specifically like to do? Friedrich's got a meeting. Is there anything else anybody would like to do in your first week of Limbo as you all are getting settled and getting into a routine?
Beyond the meeting, I wanted to go to someone who'll take my gold, or some of it. And then I wanted to look around for a spell scroll and perhaps equipment, like magical items.
Alrighty. So one day after sunset, you're able to roam a little bit. And all the shops are kind of in the main area. So around that big tree is where the main hub of Limbo is. You do find a magic shop that is actually ran by Hera.
Okay. For narrative purposes, can I have done this before I go see Pair?
Yes. So as Professor Friedrich heads to Hera's magic shop, is there anything Dahlia would like to do with her week? Anything specific?
She kind of is just keeping her head down and just like intel gathering everything. Because she does not trust this place.
Roll me.
It's just too good to be true.
Too good to be true. Roll me a straight intelligence check on this one.
Straight up. Oh, she's not very intelligent. Oh, 6.
With a 6, you kind of do get the feeling like you're unease, especially with how you have been raised and everything you have gone through. This is weird. This is different. This is very different from everything you know Sydonea stands for. But you don't necessarily know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah. Because, like, people are happy. People are comfortable. People are fed. People are clothed. They are safe. Nothing's killing them. So that's where she's like, just leave it alone, Dahlia. But is something wrong? She's also thinking about the rest of the world, wanting the rest of the world to also partake in this. Like the people she knew in Sidonia, she wants them here too.
But with that roll, can't quite distinguish if it's good or if it's bad. But like you said, everybody's happy here.
Yeah.
Would people be happy if this was a bad place?
No.
And with them not sharing it, is it because they just don't want to share it, or is this a security protocol to try to keep people like Antir out? But they even accepted Antir. He's still in a cell right now, but he's here. They haven't killed him. They could have.
Is Belle the whole time still always soldier mode?
When
here?
he's around Dahlia, he's not as soldier-y. He lets kind of like loose a little bit, relaxes. But you get the sense that Beltov, he's a soldier in Limbo. That is his station. And with Dahlia knowing Beltov as well as she does, he goes out on missions for Limbo. That's what his last mission was.
And has he left Limbo since he's been here?
He would leave within that week. He would leave probably about 3 days after you all get there to head on his next mission.
Would he have, and then be gone for a while?
He'd probably be gone for a little bit, yes.
So at this point, he's not back.
He would not be back. Is there anything you would like to do before he leaves?
You would ask him his thoughts, his feelings about the people left behind in Sidonia.
Takes a deep breath. And he probably would have been like just playing very gently with Dahlia's hair. I don't like the fact that I had to leave them, but there's nothing else I could do.
Why is there nothing we can do? Feels like there's something we can do.
We are very much wanted. We get caught in Sidonia at this current moment and we're all gone. I'll try what I can, but we can't save everyone.
So we just ignore them?
Not necessarily ignore. But we don't have the forces, we don't have the power, we don't have the equipment to go storming into Sydonea at the moment.
That could be a storm.
You recommend sneaking in?
I don't know.
I know it's a tough decision, but I promise you it's not being ignored.
This doesn't feel right.
What doesn't?
Just leaving them. I grew up with them.
I'll just kiss her forehead. What would you have me do?
Help them find hope. Let them know that it's still there. Right now, they're hopeless.
I will do what I can. I promise I will try, but I can't promise more than that. Just want to get us all out of this hell, and I know that there are going to be a lot of hard decisions in order to get there. And he'll hold her tight, rest his chin on her head. And is there anything else you'd like to talk to Beltov with or about?
I don't think so.
Okay. And you do get a sending back from Pax. Hi! Dangerous! Very scary. We're in a hole? The underground, but it's a giant hole now, and there are orbs coming out of it. Very dark, very scary. Don't really know what to do. That cuts off as he's out of words.
Just in descending. Are there others with you? Did you get your brother? Are you hurt? I'm trying to figure out how to get to you.
Well, my ankle broke when the big pit came through, but somebody helped me fix it. I can't find Dax. I don't know where he is. I'm a little, I know the Shadow Syndic was a thing, and it cuts off.
Just go somewhere and cry.
And you were able to do that as you head off to cry after that conversation. And Velphie, is there anything you would like to do with your week?
So outside of spending it at the tavern, and much like the professor, she would keep an eye out for certain items. And ask what the gold to button ratio is.
Mech responds, and he's tall, he's big, but you do get the sense he is very introverted because he doesn't talk too much. But he answers very quickly. I am not certain, but I think the equivalent would be like 2 gold pieces to 1 button.
Okay. So I got some gold, so it doesn't seem like it's going to be of use anymore. So
It's not of much use here, but Hera likes gold, says it helps her with her little book. I don't really know what the book is, but she's got a book that she uses with... It's weird. And then
Okay.
Lug also makes jewelry out of gold, so he take it for you.
Okay, so got options. All right. And just kind of learning where everything is. And I guess like one night when she and her dad are probably hanging out in the family room. Maybe like they just finished like a funny, Velphie just finished telling him a funny story.
And he's got this big grin on his face and laughing, and you get a snort out of him, which is very rare.
Yeah, so that happened. And she'll wait for like the laughter to die down. And she'll look up at her dad. Did you know Arlo?
I did. Yes.
How so?
Well, he was coming to us.
Arlo was my first mission. And I can't believe how foolish I was. I didn't question the order. I never asked what he did. I just finally followed. And you know, even when Arlo said something about killing without asking questions, it still didn't click for me. He was a traitor in Sydonia's eyes, and that was enough for me at the time. In the end, he ended himself, wanting to control his own fate, I assume. But the whole time, I just thought he was the bad guy.
Sometimes it's hard to know who the good guy and the bad guy are.
Yeah.
And I know you like to look for the good in people. But in a world that we live in, sometimes it's very hard to find that.
Yeah. Especially now. was out there, I started having these dreams. They're flashbacks, I guess, of you and Mom. Mom's saying Sydonea may not be safe and that there's more out there. And you talk of treason. Tell her to let it be. And that day you left, the last day I saw you, Dad, I was 18. I could have gone with you. Could have helped.
See him take a deep breath in. If you had come with me on that one, that was just supposed to be recon. I have missed you for these 2 years, but if I had told you, I may have lost both of you instead of just one.
I think I would have rather died with you. But if you hadn't have done what you did, I never would have met Antir. Or Dahlia. Ruin. Beltoff. Never would have been in a circle with the professor. I understand. Just wish it could have been different.
My only regret is not getting back sooner. But Velphie, if I had taken you with me, I don't think any of our family would have gotten out.
Velphie's gonna reach into her bag of holding and she'll pull out the drawing that Timval made of her parents. She'll give it to him. I think you should have this.
You see him take in like a big inhale as he sees your mom. Perfect likeness almost. For the first time in a very long time. And it's almost like he's scared to touch it because he doesn't want to ruin it. Never thought I'd see her again.
Too.
Did Timval make it out?
I don't know. I can try to ask. She's gonna send a message to her dad. And it'll just be, I can communicate like this.
See his eyes go wide for just a second and then just like a knowing little smirk. As you get the sense your mom could do it too.
So, it only works a certain distance, I found. But maybe if I work at it, I could go longer, try to reach him.
I believe you can do anything you put your mind to.
Thanks, Dad.
Always.
And then Velphie's demeanor will change pretty quickly. I have cat, by the way. And then she'll call Mira out.
Cat. And you see him like a little nervous to start with, but then he warms up to Mira and starts giving her like the little under chin scritches and things like that.
And the night goes on. But I think that's all she may want to do during that week.
Alrighty. And with that, Professor Friedrich, what did you want to do for this week?
I wanted to go talk to Hera about a potential scroll. See if she has one.
And with it being after sunset, you do find Hera in a little magic shop. It's very quaint. It's also in that area where the big tree is. But you get the sense she also runs the magic shop with the help of a couple of other magicians around. You walk in, there are some magical supplies on the walls and things like that. But you don't see any scrolls.
Hello. It was I think we had a good first day under your direction, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think it was great. You need anything from here, or what are you looking for?
You're really talented. Of course, I'm decent in my own way. I was wondering if you had. There's one spell I don't know, and I came across it a few times when it would have been useful. And now I feel like the world getting as dangerous as it is, it might be useful again. It's fairly simple though. It's a lower difficulty, complexity of spell, I'd say. You wouldn't happen to know or have a scroll to be able to teach me how to cast knock, would you?
Oh, that's one of my favorites. How about I'll make you a deal? You let me copy from your spell book, and you can copy from mine.
You see, I have a very unique spell book. As every wizard does, of course. Is there any particular spell you're looking for? I I tend to study necromantic spells primarily.
That can always be of a use. So I guess it's the same complexity then of this knock spell you want. Maybe we could exchange the same kind of complexity.
That's fair. Is there any type of ability that you? I know how to cast darkness. I can detect people's thoughts.
Oh, detect thoughts could always be nice.
That sounds like a pretty even trade, right? Isn't that how things are done here in Limbo? A bit more of a barter system.
You're catching on quick.
I will say one thing, and it might sound ridiculous to say it, and it is a little bit ridiculous, but my only request is that, and it's not just me being, defensive or anything. It's just for the greater good of everyone. Just don't talk to my spell book.
You're one of those wizards, got it. But if it makes you feel a little bit more comfortable, we can just sit here and copy from each other's books together.
Sure, I'd love to see yours. I'm very interested in how every wizard hones their craft.
I really do so love my spell book. And she pulls out her spell book, and it's just this little black leather-bound book. Very simple, but you can tell it's very well loved, very well worn. You don't see a face in hers, though.
Not bound in flesh or anything.
Not bound in flesh, no teeth, no bones. As she opens up her spell book to the spell knock that she has written down. And it will take you 2 hours and 100 gold pieces. Second level.
I think it is. Yeah, I think 50's first, 100 second level.
I will say, though, since you have a tattoo that allows you to write whatever you want, With unlimited ink, it's not going to cost you 100. Every time you write down a spell, it's going to be 30 less because you don't have to pay for the ink. You don't have to pay for the quill. So I will say that you get to transcribe these into your book for 30 gold cheaper. So it will take 70 gold pieces to write down this knock spell.
I will do that then, and I will pull out my Librum of Souls and Flesh. It's secondhand. There's actually maybe a few hands in the binding of it, so it's special.
That's what every wizard says about their spell book, but all right. And then she starts, if you've opened it to a page that she can write from, that she can copy from, she goes silent because you asked her not to talk to your book. And she does not want to, because now she's got a wizard to talk to. She's really excited that she has somebody to trade spells with. So she is actually going to do exactly as you ask. And for 2 hours, as she's copying that spell from your book, she does not make a peep as it's open.
I'll do the same.
And you now have the knock spell.
We'll have some shared solitude.
And you are able to do so. Is there anything else you would like to... We're going to go around one more time. Is there anything else Dahlia would like to do with her week?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to look for diamonds.
Looking for diamonds. Alrighty. So roll me perception as you're looking for diamonds in the clinic. Are you trying to take from the clinic?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't take. I would go to Lug the jeweler. I heard he was a jeweler.
Yes, he is
and
a
likes
jeweler.
gold.
And likes
I know
gold.
gold.
Yes.
So I'd go there.
Alrighty, you're able to make it to Lug's place. And Lug is just this tiny little dwarf. He's got his glasses on to make it to where things are easier for him to see when he's doing jewelry and things like that. There's a couple of pieces in his shop, but it's very, very tiny. And you just get the sense this dwarf really likes jewels.
I need some diamonds, please. I have gold.
He looks from his glasses.
Okay, gold is nice. I can make a lot of things from that. What kind of diamonds are you looking for? Like big diamonds? What kind of carat are you looking for? What kind of clarity? Are you specifically looking for like something that I can easily put into a necklace for you? You'd look nice with a diamond necklace.
I don't wear jewelry.
No jewelry for you. Then why did you
Especially
come to
not
jeweler?
necklaces. Well, I need them to bring people back to life.
Oh, fancy magic. Well,
I have... He looks over his diamond selection. It's not very big. He might
I
have
just need
one.
something.
He might have one for Revivify.
Okay, that would be one more than I have.
so I have this one. It is 300 gold pieces.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will definitely take that.
It is yours. Is there anything else you would like? Is there any? I don't have any other diamonds, but if I come across any, I will keep you in mind.
Thank you. That would be very nice. Bye. She leaves.
Well, goodbye. If you have any new friends that would like jewelry,
As you like walk out and you can't hear him anymore.
Okay.
But you do have a diamond. And is there anything else you'd like to do?
I don't really want the little tokens. So she'll keep the gold. And like in the evenings, she doesn't go to the main hub. She stays like on the outskirts, away from everyone. Very introverted.
And Beltov, every evening she is out there, will go stand with her, talk to her, probably point to a couple of his friends, and say that that's Mech, the bartender, the Goliath. That's the Goliath he was talking about that he's friends with. Kind of point some other people out, what they do, what their stations are. But every night that she is out there, he will also go until he is called away 3 nights later.
She'll ask him his thoughts on Sipir.
Seapair has done nothing to me, nothing wrong to me so far, so she wants to get us out of this hell too.
Yeah.
So we have a common goal. She's
How did-
fair.
How did she find you, or vice versa?
Crow sent me here and told me to find Seapair.
All right.
Are you all right?
Trying to get used to it all.
Well, I am by your side for whatever you need.
But I don't trust this place yet.
Takes a while to gain trust. I understand that.
There are survivors in the underground. In the dark. Got a hold of a few of them. One of them.
He just nods. They're alive. That's a positive.
Serafina also didn't sound great.
But she's alive. And you get the sense he's kind of conflicted on what to do here.
Mm-hmm. He has joined the club. And Ignatius is still alive, I think.
That's what I mean. If they're all alive, we barely got out the last time. One of us didn't. 2, 3 of us didn't. I'll try.
Not alone. Not alone. Not till we know more.
He nods and gives her a quick kiss on her forehead. Plays with her hair. And then he gets sent out on the 3rd day. For whatever his mission is. But would give Dahlia a kiss on her forehead before he leaves. Make sure he hugged her before he headed out. And with that, Velphie, is there anything else you would like to do?
Okay, I think there are 3 conversations I'd like to have.
Okay.
Is that too much?
No, go for it. This is your week of
Okay.
respite. You can do what you want.
Okay. I'd say probably the first day. After, like, when Velphie's done working and Antier's done working, and they're hopefully hanging out together, she'll be telling him about her station and what she's done, and maybe like a silly story that she saw someone was really drunk and did something.
Even here.
Yeah. Guess alcohol's the same in all places.
Even in prison. And
Oh.
you get the sense like he is still on the prison track.
Even in prison. What station did you get?
I am working directly with Beltov. Missions
And
Beltov
Beltov.
goes on, I go on.
Oh. So you'll be leaving soon?
He hasn't told me yet, but I'm assuming probably so.
Okay. And you see this like worry because she won't be with him and he could die again.
Well, we'll be all right. I can handle myself, and
I know
he's
you can.
capable, and this is a way to prove that I can belong here too.
Yeah. Just be safe. Careful.
Always. And I have. He pulls out the little. You gave him the cat, didn't you? Pulls out the little cat that he has.
Glad you kept that with you.
I wouldn't have left home without it. Speaking of, do you still have the bag I gave you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she holds up her hand with the ring.
I tried to grab something for everyone. That's actually the one I grabbed for you.
Oh. My intuition.
Intuition. It's very simple, but it's a ring of spell storing. So I hope that is something you need or want.
I can think of many things I could use this for, so thank you.
You're very welcome. There's also glamored studded leather, a displacer cloak, and an amulet of health in there for anybody that needs it.
Okay. I'll ask around and see who wants what.
Told you I'm a good thief.
That's why you're in prison.
I haven't stolen any, and he kind of gets nervous as he kind of like looks around.
No, wait, no, I didn't mean
stolen
to.
anything here.
I'm sorry. Do you remember when we came that first night and we saw those glowing stones in the wall?
Yeah. They twinkle a little bit like starlight in prison. It's kind of nice.
Well, that's comforting. At least.
Yeah, I've got little twinkle stars.
I just have a couple mushrooms.
I've read that those can be fun. It was
Those kind of mushrooms.
It was in the, I don't know if they're that kind of mushroom, but I read it in the smut book I picked up last time, and he just kind of starts to ramble a little bit.
She will listen very intently. But I have a feeling that might be the luminous essence that we need.
If that's the case, that gives you what, 3?
Yeah. Gives us 3.
Gives us 3.
So I'm gonna talk to my dad about it. See if there's a way that I can get some. There seems to be a lot. I feel like they wouldn't miss a little bit, right?
He looks like he's about to say he could steal one, and then he just turns nope.
Could Velphie pick that up?
Knowing Antir well enough, I think so.
She'll just like immediately hand on his hands. No. Mm-mm.
I shall not steal.
Yes. Not here.
Not here. And he's kind of like very quietly saying that. He's just kind of like just looking around. And roll me perception.
Okay. $23.
With a 23, you do see Beltov standing next to Dahlia at one point, but his arms are crossed and he's just glaring at Antir. Like, don't you fucking dare look on his face.
She'll wave at Beltov and Dahlia. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get some.
Well, I will keep an eye out on anything I can find when I'm out of prison.
Have they? Well, I guess it's too early. Never mind. And she'll just, mainly spend a lot of her time with him whenever she can. And that same night, she'll sit down with her dad in the family room. You remember when I said I didn't have a soul?
He nods.
I was doing some research before everything happened, trying to find a way to get it back. And I came across a list for how to make a soul.
How do you do that?
I need 8 different ingredients, 2 of which I already have. And I think there's a third one here.
Here?
Yes. I saw it when we were walking to Siper's office. Those, the glowing stones. I need luminous essence.
And you think that's it?
I think that's it.
I don't see why it'd be a problem. There's a lot down here.
I didn't want to take any without asking, because, stealing's bad.
Yes, stealing is bad. Yes, so very glad we can talk to Siper about that. I don't see why she would mind.
Okay.
What else is on the list? Maybe I can keep an eye out on it as well.
Well, I need an energy source that is blessed by a god or a goddess.
You have that. Above table, you have that. Antir stole it for you before the ball. He found celestial particles.
Yeah.
So you have that.
But it says celestial particles and some kind of energy source, or the celestial particles the energy source?
That is the energy source.
Okay, so there's only 7 ingredients, not 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6.
You have 6.
Celestial particles, eternal flame, fate threads, luminous essence, wisdom crystal, and stardust.
Okay, so, all right. I thought there were 2 different crystals, and I thought the energy source and the celestial particles were 2 different things. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
celestial particles. You have stardust,
Yes.
and you know where the luminous essence is.
Yes. Oh, she's figuring that out. Okay, so I need an eternal flame, fate threads, a crystal from the deepest of caves, and the other two I already have, plus the luminous essence. So I know the eternal flame is gonna have to go to hell.
He has a look on his face like, okay. How do we get to hell?
Well, I have a scroll of plane shift, but I don't have another one to get back.
Maybe hold on to that one.
Yeah, that one. That one's, I think, the most scary one to me. But I think I have some ideas for the other pieces, other ingredients that I need. I think I can find the fate threads outside of S Aurora somewhere.
Okay, well, I will keep an eye on these materials too. See what I can find.
Thank you.
Anytime.
And I think probably just one night she's just practicing, like trying to send out a message, just seeing how far she can send it out. Like not really to anyone, but she's just like exercising it, like seeing how far she can reach it.
Roll me Arcana.
Okay. 6.
You still feel it that 120 feet.
Okay. So that'll probably be what she works on when she's got alone time. She'll just be flexing that.
Roll it at advantage as you're spending your week doing that.
$21.
All right, I'm going to hold on to that 21. And on the second day, Karis does head out. He's been called for some mission, so he does leave, so that the family room is just yours. And on the third day, Antir gives you a quick hug and a kiss before he leaves to go with Beltava on whatever mission they have been set on. And while that is happening, Friedrich, you had one more thing.
I actually had 3 things, if I could.
Okay. Go for it.
Some are shorter. The first one, while I'm there with Hera, I would just ask, like, I don't know if you get out often. It's tough out there. I'm pretty fragile, though you can't tell by looking at me. Do you have any techniques, or maybe even equipment that you use to make yourself a bit sturdier, or could you point me in the right direction? It's typically hard to find, very expensive, but now's as good a time as any to be looking for it.
She looks around at some of the items on her desks and her displays, and she just very quickly goes and pulls out a ring and a set of bracers. Well, I have these. These are bracers that can give you a little bit more fortitude. With you being new here, I'm not sure you can afford the price tag on it, but it is 500 buttons.
Okay.
And the ring is 1,200 buttons.
Okay. Above table, because I don't want to be that employee on my first day. So I'll ask the DM instead. How many buttons do we make per day or per week in our work?
So in your first week, you will have earned 50 buttons, as you are doing very simple tasks. So not much.
Okay, those are, I mean, that looks like something I'd be looking for. I understand the rarity of them and therefore the price, and perhaps if things go well, we can make an exchange one day.
Well, I mean, if you're bartering, I'd love to write more of your spells.
I mean, you could. I am a professor. I don't introduce myself as professor because my university is probably no longer in existence. But I made my living as a professor for many years, so I'm all about sharing knowledge. I don't gatekeep any of it. You can copy any of these spells you would like to.
You let me copy some of your higher expertise spells. You can have the bracers.
Also, above table, I looked this up while others were talking. It takes 2 hours per spell level to copy it. So it would have been 4 hours for knock. Your discretion as DM, but I wanted to make sure I made that correction because I didn't know that either.
So yeah, y'all just spent 4 hours instead of 2 in silence.
So if she wants to copy, I have all the way up to level 5 spells. The thing is, I don't want to leave my spell book with her. So I'd be more than happy to sit around for 10 hours. But I don't want to leave my spellbook with her.
If you are willing to allow her to copy one of your 5th level spells into her spellbook, and for 10 hours, sit there with her with your spellbook, she will give you the bracers of defense.
That sounds like a deal. Do I have 10 hours to do it? Can you split it up? Can we do like one 5-hour evening and then another 5-hour evening in the week?
Yes. So we can say that you spend some time throughout this week, these evenings, and you're able to allow her to copy a 5th level spell, and at the end of the week, she will give you the bracers of defense.
Cool. For narrative purposes, is there any 5th level spell she really wants? I have 2 of them.
And what are your 2?
They're both offensive. Innervation and Synaptic Static. One is essentially major necrotic damage. One is major psychic damage.
She's interested in the fact that you're a necrotic user. She'll copy the necrotic one.
Innervation.
And she spends time learning how to cast that spell with you. And at the end of the week, you will get the bracers of defense. You mentioned there were other things you would like to do as well. What are you interested in doing?
The other one is one time during free time I would like to use my sending stone to Axe and message him and just say, they know who it is, I want to say. I hope you boys are okay. I'm here in Limbo with this group of individuals. I saw Golmac. I hope you've made it here too.
Roll me a perception check.
12.
You don't see anything, but your sending stone does come off pretty quickly afterwards. Hi, we're here. I believe we're here. We went to the Druid Grove like you told us to, and Golmac brought us here. And then it sounds like he starts to say something else, and then it just kind of cuts out.
Okay. Can we say a day has passed? On a later day, when I can use it again, I'll respond and say, great, I'll meet you at like this location for a bagel in the morning.
You're able to do that in the next breakfast. You see Axe and Z are there.
And I feel bad I invited Z to breakfast, but we can still have a conversation. I'm always forgetting that.
Z just kind of looks around at what everybody's eating, and he just kind of takes a few notes as he asks you, what does it taste like? What does it feel like? Is it warm? What kind of sensations do you get from eating this? As you get the sense he has made a what I want to eat journal when I get my body back.
Yeah, you see, bagels are interesting because a lot of people think bread is bread, but the method by which you create them is different. If I'm not mistaken, you actually boil them at some point in the process, so it's interesting.
He starts scribbling down notes.
And then the last thing I wanted to do is go see Pear in her office for that conversation one day after our shift.
Okay. So as you finish talking with Axe and Z, they kind of fill you in on what's going on, what they saw. All they know is after the ball, a giant creature of some sort squealed and brought its tentacles up from where the underground was and split the earth. And when you messaged them, they immediately ran, and that is all that they saw. And they made it to Golmax, and Golmac brought them here a day ago.
Well, I'm glad you made it.
And you're able to head to Siper's. Siper's door is open.
Just going to knock on it, even though it's open.
Come in.
Good evening.
Hi,
Are you available?
I am. What were your questions you wanted to ask me? And she is writing something in a journal and just very gently closes it, puts it on her desk, and gives you her full attention.
What's the state of her desk? Messy, organized, full?
Very organized. Very full, but very organized.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a bit more about the purpose of Limbo and your organization and everything. And I have concerns with what happened in the past week. And I have a few questions, but I don't want any of it to come off as me prejudging or anything. This is me trying to understand what the strategy is and what the end goal is.
She gives a nod and still listening intently. Well, the only way you learn about anything is to ask questions, so I will not assume you're being judging in what you ask.
Thank you. And of course, I want to make sure everything is, well-founded and reasoned out. It's easy to jump to conspiracy theories about things you don't understand or try to understand. I'd rather understand everything first. So you mentioned that the plan was to destroy the sort of the main crystal to essentially destroy that technology for the order. And it sounds like you were successful. Have you been able to confirm that?
It seems that the crystals are no longer working, so I believe our job was done.
Was there a part of your plan on what to do, or rather what would happen once the crystals were destroyed?
We thought that the shield would dissipate, and that the souls trapped within would be able to find their way home without being fed to this monstrosity that Cinder seems to have linked himself to. I was not prepared for what came out of the earth in response to that.
Do you have any knowledge of the threat that lied dormant there under Sydonea?
No. I thought that it was more concentrated towards ground zero. So whatever that being was, I had no knowledge of it.
What was the plan for other people in Sydonea? Not members of the Order, not members of the Resistance. Everyone else. The bartender, the tea shop owner, the grieving mother. All of those regular people.
A grieving mother sounds very... not normal, but I'll let you keep your secrets. My hope was that they would get a choice to go where they wanted to, instead of being stuck in a bubble by a man who had no desire other than to use them for their souls. With the barrier down, they could choose their next path.
Well, the barrier's down now. And the world that your resistance group so successfully sequesters themselves away from is now their reality. And there is no escape from it.
There is always an escape from it. You can't just lay down and let life happen to you.
What I mean, rather, is there's no safety anymore. You know what it's like out there, I'm sure.
Again, the issue that arose after the crystal was destroyed was not in the plan. But as you can tell, we do not have the forces to rush into Sydonea and get everyone out and bring them here, if that's what you're asking.
Where does that place on your list of priorities?
My main priority is to get us out of this curse that we're in. That is my main objective.
May I ask who us is?
Everyone here. We want to go back to what Shadowfen was before, and it doesn't matter if we get everyone out and everyone here if we are still stuck here.
What do the people of Limbo know about what happened in Sydonea?
We haven't given all the details, but everyone here knows that we were trying to destroy the crystal because of what the crystals contain. I like to make sure that our people here, our community here, know a little of what's going on, just not all the details.
If anyone who was in Sydonea somehow made it here or in contact with a member of your group, could they assimilate?
And join us here if they pass the test. But I will not put my people in danger for anybody who does not pass that test or is willing to take that test. I have people I need to protect here. I have people I need to get out of this curse here.
And what is the plan then, once the curse is gone?
Hopefully going back to a normal life where you're not worried about going out and seeing the sun and being trampled on your way outside of your main door.
And you know, I was in Sydonea the night the attack happened,
Yes.
and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not entirely sure how my friends made it out. I think they just teleported directly. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm the only one that saw the state of the city outside of the headquarters and what was happening. And whatever you make of the word hell, it was in Sydonea that night. And having spoken to you now, and you answered all my questions, thank you for that. It does sound like your intentions are noble and well considered for, I guess, what you would call the greater good. But I think the more practical side of it is you were attempting to stop Cinder from offering up souls to whatever this thing is. And to do that, you offered it all of Sydonea instead.
She sits there on that one for a bit. I don't believe I have offered it, Sydonea. Because how do you not know Cinder didn't promise Sydonea first? How are you so sure that we didn't make sure that Sydonea went down under for that?
Whatever you did to make sure of it, it failed.
Did it? The crystals are gone. If the crystals are gone, souls have been set free, which means Cinder is currently weakened, possibly. We have a chance to take our fight to ground zero and pull us out. Did we fail?
If Cinder's your ultimate enemy,
Cinder and that being are my ultimate enemy.
but if they made a deal, it may not last. And they may not go down together.
Well, separated, we can take them out a little bit more easy, don't you think?
Potentially. Setting the souls free in Sydonea, to me, looked a lot like setting a bunch of minnows free in a shark feeding frenzy. So, I just wanted to understand and judge for myself whether you felt the gravity of that.
I know the gravity of the operation. Everyone here is safe, and we are one step closer to taking down Sydonea. And what lurks within it.
Do I pick up anything in the way she said that last line?
Insight.
And what I mean by that is, she said taking down Sydonea, and that was the first time she had said it like that. $18.
With an 18, you get the sense that there is a personal grudge. You get that there is motive. She wants the high table gone. And she thinks the high table is also causing this destruction that she is seeing everywhere else in Shadowfen. She is definitely a woman with a motive. I will do what I have to get us out of this curse that Cinder seems to just so haphazardly thrown us in. But she is very much, that is her goal. And she will do whatever steps she needs to ensure that.
And with me being insightful, I'll just say thank you for your time and for Limbo's hospitality to us. And I'll leave.
She won't say anything as you're leaving. But she'll just watch. And you're able to head out.
And that's all I want to do for the week.
Alrighty. And with that, your week does pass. You all fall into a routine that is Limbo. And it's the same routine 5 days in a row with 2 days of rest. You all see soldier-like beings come and go, being sent on missions. After a few days, you do notice that Axe and Z are also here. Look like they're being fed. It looks like they're being taken care of. Looks like they have passed the test. They do look nervous, as this is not what they are used to. Karis has left. Beltov and Antir are gone. But you all get the sense after being here for a week that this is a very close-knit community. And they all very much have the goal of, we're going to make Shadowfen normal again. We're going to get rid of this curse. We're going to figure out how to get back to normal. Because the world we live in isn't right. And they are doing a lot to try and change the world that they have been dealt, the hand that they have been dealt. And you all are able to get 50 buttons for your first week, as a lot of the tasks and things like that you did are very minimal, mundane, as they haven't trusted you with bigger tasks yet. And it is now the 7th day you've been here. What conversations would you all like to have as you all are going probably to breakfast? It is a day off, so you don't have to be up at a specific time. The alarms don't blare on this day. But you all are able to head for breakfast. It's kind of like a pick up and go situation today, as both Mech and Carlel aren't, delivering things today. But what conversations would you like to have?
So if we're all together, Velphie will she'll put the bag of holding that Antir gave her on the table. So Antir gave me this before everything that happened. And he essentially raided the armory and stole a bunch of stuff. But he stole it for us. So I am here to share, see what it is that you guys would want. And she will dump the items out on the table. And I didn't write down all of them because it went so fast.
I gotcha.
But
so when you dump it out, you are currently wearing the ring of spell storing, right?
Yeah.
Just had the ring on. Okay. There is a glamored studded leather, a displacer cloak, and an amulet of health that are currently on the table.
Well, this is very generous of you and Andir to share these spoils. You both take what you find to be most valuable, and I'll get use out of anything. Except for maybe the armor. I don't wear armor.
Wear armor. like the armor I have. It's a little sturdier than this. Oh.
If none of us have need for the studded armor, I'm sure someone else in Limbo may part with a few buttons for it.
There's something I am looking for, so.
I'm sorry, you're looking for the leather armor or something else?
No, something else. Something that I had read about before.
Maybe you could barter it.
In your smut books?
I mean, it's popped up in those. But I've also read some more studious literature. It's not all smut.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
just. It could all be smut. We could make it all smut. But, sorry, what?
Professor, are your books smut too?
Do I know what smut is?
You are more than welcome to roll for it if you would like a history check.
I'm a slut for
Dahlia
science.
doesn't. Dahlia doesn't know what this
Dahlia doesn't know what smut is? She's just saying the word.
I
So
rolled
that's
a
why she's-
2030.
Professor Friedrich does know what smut is. Whether Professor Friedrich has read it or not, I will leave that up to you.
So
I
then
think
if all of it is smut, then your books have smut too?
I once tried to copy a spell out of a book that I thought was a spell book, but I was mistaken. And the spell did not do what I thought it would. There was some slang terminology in there that I took too literal, and it failed. So I've inadvertently read some of it. I don't make a habit of it.
I like it.
I mean, it's, that's the thing about art, though. It's there for everyone to enjoy, regardless of what they find artful.
What was the spell?
So the actual spell, I believe, is called Enlarge. But it did not do that. It actually didn't even really cast. I don't think the person who wrote the book was a magic practitioner. It was, I'll say it was disappointing. It was a bit of a flop. So I didn't read it again.
Okay.
I still don't know Enlarge, though. Never needed it, so.
Well, which item do you think, Professor? Both health amulet and cloak would be good for you.
Yeah. Is it safe to assume we know, like, the characters know the effects of these things outright? Like what they would do?
Roll me an Arcana check.
I also have Identify, so I can use that if I fail, I guess. It's actually at will.
Would Velphie know since Ontier told
That's
her?
ritual, sorry.
You know what it is. You don't necessarily know what it does.
Okay.
And he possibly doesn't know exactly what it does either.
He was
He
like,
just
"Ooh, this
stole
thing."
it.
Put it in the bag. I got a 16 on Arcana.
With the 16, you get a general idea of what these things do.
Okay. I mean, I think a lot of them help a lot of us. I will say, as far as the amulet goes, and even the cloak, I don't fight in close range. And if it makes you more fortitudinous, maybe it's better for someone who prefers to fight up close. I don't know if any of us really do that, though. Some more than others.
A lot of my spells are touch.
Yeah. And Velphie, I've seen you with your rapier, so maybe
If
it
we
could
even
benefit one of you
fight
too.
anymore, we might just be stuck in this place.
Oh, they,
Apparently we can't leave.
Not with your memory intact.
Oh my fuck. Else get a weird feeling about this place? No? Okay.
I don't know if weird's the right word.
Yeah.
I'd rather be here than out there. But I'd rather be in Sydonea. But not Sydonea as it is now. So my
I'd
ideal
rather be
place
doing
doesn't
something
exist
to
anymore.
help fix what we fucked up. Instead of sitting on our ass nice and peaceful, safe, when everyone I knew is not.
How do you feel about your participation in what happened?
do you feel like it shouldn't have happened?
I don't think it should have. Not without the people. Without something for them to fall back on. Some safeguards for them. Some action plan to help get them to safety. There was no thought for them.
No, there doesn't seem to have been. Or at least maybe there was, but it wasn't a priority.
I was conflicted because to me, it seemed right until I thought about everybody. How
I don't think RC would have done anything. They would have blown up with or without us. Plans were already in the making before we even made an appearance. We're just lucky tag-alongs, unlike everyone else stuck there.
And I will say above table, you all know Beltov was in charge of that.
Do we all understand his involvement?
2 of you do. He was very open about his plan with 2 of you.
Yeah.
Even though it may seem like Sydonea is not top priority right now, we may be able to affect that in some way. We were there on the ground. We lived. I think that holds some weight. We fought masks. They may not trust us fully now, but I think they'll eventually see. And then maybe we can sway their opinion, their approach. But I do hope we find some tea.
I'm not a tea drinker, but yeah, that sounds really nice.
What you
so,
got?
I just have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Kalandra gave me one of every tea that she has.
Mm-hmm.
Does that count for regular tea?
I'd say you have a regular tea in there too.
Velphie will reach into her bag of holding and give a regular tea bag to the professor.
You can have all these items here. This is the only one I need.
Oh.
Thank you for this.
I
I have a
have
little bit of fuck up in a vial if anybody wants some.
You
If you
know,
think it's strong when Timval pours it, you should try it after it continues fermenting, apparently, in the vial.
I'm good.
All right. Amulet or cloak? Last call before I steal what I want.
I'm comfortable with that. Steal what you want. You can't steal what is freely given.
I didn't know what I wanted, so I was hoping you would just take it, and I was just gonna take because both would be awesome.
Does anyone know of a good way of deciding? Like if there's some sort of contest we can do? Maybe.
Well, my dad and I play this game called Rock, Paper, Scissors.
I'm intrigued.
So
It's not violent, is it?
there's a little fist pounding that
I don't
could.
want to hit the professor.
Well,
Oh, not
you won't
those
do
books
it very
again.
hard. But you make your hand into a fist for a rock, and you go like this for scissors, and you go like this for paper. Paper beats rock. Rock beats scissors. And scissors beats paper.
Ah,
Wait.
it's like a triangle. Okay.
And we
Yes.
have to hit each other with them?
No, not well. We don't actually have those items, but you just so you go like this, and you go rock, paper, scissors, shoot, and you just move your hand and rock, paper, scissors,
Okay.
and whoever beats whoever wins.
No hitting.
No, you don't have to hit. I mean,
want
I
to.
can't. Don't.
I'm cool with no hitting.
So y'all can either do rollies or play rock, paper, scissors live.
How did you do it before? It was with Velphie and Karis. It was rollies, right?
It was rollies.
I'm up for rollies.
Yeah, I got 2. Beat that.
I got an 18.
First round goes to Professor Friedrich.
That's 2 out of 3.
13.
7.
We have a tie.
Okay, here we go. Rollies. Rock, paper, rollies.
And 9.
18.
Professor Friedrich, you win.
I'm going to take the displacer cloak.
Okay. So I'll take the amulet of health.
Which means you have 2 amulets now.
You can wear 2, right? It's not like a video game where you can only have 1 per slot or something.
As long as you have this attunement slots.
Yeah, I have 2 attunement slots. Is it homebrew or is it?
All of these are in D&D Beyond. And as you all decide on who gets what out of the stash that Antir has stolen, you all hear a, I need to see you all in my office once you have finished breakfast.
Do I look in the direction of the voice?
Seapair.
Oh, okay. And Velphie will take because the armor is the only thing that's left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she will put that in her bag of holding and wait for everyone else.
What did we do now?
I'll follow.
All right. And she's, after she said, I need to speak with you all in my office, she just took off to her office with a very commanding presence of walking down that way. And you all again go down that descent and the mushrooms start to disappear and you end up with those pretty little luminescent stones that light up like little stars. She goes and sits behind her desks and just waits for everybody to come into the room.
Velphie walks in.
Dahlia will walk in last.
I'll go second then.
She has her hands folded on her desk as you all enter. I hope you have been enjoying Limbo now that you all have been here for a week's time.
Yeah,
So much.
tavern's great.
It's great to have a safe place.
Well, that's the reason I'm calling you in today, is we want to continue to have this place safe. And we think that after a week, we could send you all out to help us with something.
Where?
That's Aurora. You three are well trained in what lies outside of the walls. You're used to taking missions, and with how you all have contributed, I think you all can take on a task of a little bit more importance. I need you to go to S. Aurora. We are lacking after our most recent mission. Transportation scrolls, teleportation scrolls, protection scrolls, spell components. We are running low, and we know that the school contains some of those items. Also know that Narvosc used to be a professor there. If you could find any of his books that could possibly be brought back. Anything else we can learn about this entity would be wonderful.
How far is it from Limbo?
It's 2 days travel to get there, 2 days back.
Will anyone be accompanying us, or is it just us three?
Beltov has spoken very highly of you, so it'll just be the three of you. Unless, of course, you all would not like to.
This sounds like a great opportunity to help Limbo, help the cause, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Are y'all trying to be stealthy with your... What's the word I'm looking for?
Hesitance?
Not even hesitance, like bitterness at this woman right now. Are y'all being stealthy with this? Because y'all are coming off very bitter. So I'm asking, are y'all being stealthy about it?
Velphie's not necessarily being bitter. That's not the energy she's putting out.
Okay.
Same for Friedrich. My hesitance was I was thinking about asking, like, are people we know, like, on here in Kalandra, are they going to be okay when we're not here? Not like, you're a piece of shit, I hate you, but more so like concern that we'll be gone for so long.
Okay, well, she doesn't pick up on any of that. She rolled a 2.
Oh, okay. And Dahlia's was like, that's not where she wants to go. It's not where her heart wants to go.
She did not pick up on any of that.
So to her, we're bitter.
Well, if you are up for the task, that would be wonderful if you get the books, the spell components, the scrolls, the protection scrolls. But if you could also find... There is said to be something sealed on the lower levels that could help us immensely. If you could find out anything on that, that would be wonderful. If you could let me know. I don't know exactly what is under there, but she's going to hand out a sending stone and give it to whoever's going to take it.
I'll grab it.
And then as you take the sending stone, she pulls out a little piece of paper that it looks like she's kind of ripped out of a book somewhere. Below Essalor lies a secret untold, ancient and restless in bindings of gold. Where magic are sown and shadows first grew, power awaits bound by oath and by few.
Okay.
If y'all could find any more details on that, that would be very much appreciated.
Does it look like she wrote it?
It does not. It looks like it was ripped out of a book.
Oh, like not like she found a scrap piece of paper, but like it was part of a text and she took it. Okay.
And it's not familiar handwriting, is it, to Dahlia?
It is not familiar handwriting.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Um. Can we take our mounts?
Yes, of course they've been taken care of in the stables. I can help lead you there.
When do we leave?
Now, if you can.
Okay.
All right.
When do Belle and Andir get back?
Whenever their mission's complete, they'll head back.
Where are they?
That is classified for the moment. And she stands up and she walks out of the door and starts leading y'all to the stables.
As we're walking, I'm gonna tap into Scholar. What do you think of this sea pair?
Has a goal in mind.
Think we can trust her?
She's been open with you so far.
Okay.
It's always good to be cautious. But I thought
He pauses.
you wanted this. Well, Todd told you the plan. And you said you wanted to come here. I'm confused.
Me too. I wanted it selfishly, and now that I have it, I just can't stop thinking about all the people in Sydonea who don't get to have this.
You get the sense he nods, and he doesn't really know how to respond to it. But you do notice it is easy to contact him here.
Mm.
And you all are able to make your way to the stables, and it's a very nice little stable. You see Golmack in here giving like one of the horses like base rubs and everything. And you all see your mounts, and they look very well taken care of. As you see Streya's doing the little tongue thing at somebody. They don't quite understand the game, but she's trying to get them to understand the game. You see Beatrice laying in her stall. She's a little too short to peek her head over the gate. So she just kind of lays in her stall. And you see they had to cut out some of the bars for Friend so his antlers could actually go far enough and not hit the walls and everything. But Pear gives you all a quick look. We don't have any healings, flasks or anything to give you, but we can offer compensation when you get back. Good luck. Be the light that drives out the darkness. She does a little twirl and walks away.
Hmm.
Well, can I cast Speak with Animals?
Always.
Hello, Beatrice. How have you been?
My dearest friend is finally back. I am doing well. I haven't had a cup of tea or anything, but I am doing well. I am well fed. Golmac talks to me quite often. He's become a friend too, but not as good of a friend as you, of course. But he's a friend. We all kind of like it here. It's not too bad. We don't get much sun down here, though. I do miss that.
Yeah, and I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Velphie was kind enough to give us some tea. I don't have any way of brewing it right now, but I will come. We'll find a way, in the next few days or so, around the fire or something.
That sounds wonderful. I'm excited to be back with my bestest friend.
Me too. It could be more dangerous than we're used to out there, so just be on your guard, keep your wits about you.
Always.
And I'll saddle up.
And you're able to saddle up. What is everybody else doing?
Velphie is walking over to Straya. She will happily do the tongue thing.
You hear like this happy little neigh as she just like throws her head back and then
Velphie will like pet her and like rub down her snoot. I don't know. Whatever it's called.
and she loves it.
She'll just say, I missed you.
And you can't understand it, but Friedrich does.
Velphie! Velphie! Velphie!
like very excited that Velphie is back.
And she will saddle up.
You're able to get saddled up. And what is Dahlia doing?
Going over to friend. She's just gonna kind of just like face in the neck hug. It's like probably holding back tears a little bit, but hug him.
And you're able to hug him, and he takes his neck and he wraps it like as best as he can, like one of those side hugs that animals will do, and just kind of like nuzzles as much as he can.
And she'll take a kind of a shuddering breath, and then she'll saddle up.
All right. And as you all settle up, the door to this cave slides open as there's a guard that presses one of the buttons and wishes you the best on your journey. And you all realize you're inside or on the other side of the mountain range, on the inside of this big circle. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
It's the first session. I already cried.
This is supposed to be the happy one.
Thank you so much for watching Session 27 of the Order of Narvosc. Session 28 will be out on November 15th. Please make sure to check out our players' social media accounts. They are wonderful, and you can find those links in the description below. And if you're interested in merch, check out the shop link as well. Lastly, if this is the kind of content you enjoy, please press that like button, subscribe, ring that bell, that way you get notified when Session 28 comes out. Be the light that drives out the darkness, adventurer. We'll see you soon.